Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency and Housing Authority meeting of today, Tuesday, January 17th, 2023. To start our meeting, please join me in standing for the national anthem, which will be sung beautifully by Kara Wondercheck, who will also lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So continue standing after Kara is done singing.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
One more time for Kara. And Kara, that was beautiful. You deserved a packed house, but we're gonna videotape that and play that when we have a bunch of people in the chambers. Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, at this time, it's the time for our moment of solemn expression. Today led by Reverend George Okusi from St. John the Divine Episcopal Church. Reverend Okusi, you have the floor.
Let us bow our heads and pray. And throughout the year, we pray that we shall keep God first in everything that we are doing. We come before you, dear God, because we believe you make all things new. Thank you for all that you have allowed into our lives this past year, the good and the hard things that have reminded us how much we need you and rely on your presence, filling us every day. As we begin the year 2023, your servant Jeremiah in the good book, chapter 29:11, wants us to give control to God. As he says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." And as a city of Costa Mesa, we pray for this God's plan. Good Lord, we pray for your Spirit to lead and guide all our council decisions, turn our hearts and minds to deeply desire you above all else. We ask that you will open doors needing to be opened and close the ones needing to be shut tight. Help us release our grip on the things to which you have said no, not yet, or wait. Above every dream and desire, be it the public safety, fires or parks or education or street maintenance, economic inequality, homelessness, be it health and businesses, let every department have good plans to make a difference in the community. For these 12 years, we ask for your wisdom, strength, and power to be constantly present within you. Make us strong and courageous for the road ahead. Give us ability beyond what we feel able, and let your gifts flow freely through us so that you would be honored by our lives and others would be drawn to you. Whisper in our ear when we need to run, and whisper in our heart when we need to stand our ground. This night we ask for your hand to cover our mayor, mayor pro tem, councilmen and women, our departments, be it the police, the fire, health, education, and many more, as you keep us distant from the enemy's evil intent. We pray that you would give us discernment and insight beyond our years to understand your will, to understand your people, as we hear your voice and know your ways. Give us such prosperity in our city as you know is good for our city, and make us abound in your doing whatever is pleasing to you. Thank you, Lord, for the new beginning. You the protector, you the sustainer, and you the redeemer. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend. Beautiful, beautiful words. Okay, so Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Reynolds? Here. Councilmember Chavez? Here. Councilmember Marr? Here. Councilmember Gameros?
Here.
And let the record reflect that Councilmember Gameros is here via Zoom tonight. Councilmember Harper? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Harlan? Here. Mayor Stevens?
Here.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, then we have the city attorney, Mr. Preziosi. Do you have a city attorney closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At approximately 4 p.m. today, City Council called closed session, recessed into closed session. The items for the items listed on the agenda. Following the closed session, they recessed out of the closed session, and they took no reportable action on the items in closed session.
Thank you, sir. So this evening we have two presentations, both of which are extremely meaningful. The first is a proclamation regarding Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Each year, Martin Luther King Jr. Day is a national holiday that celebrates the life and work of the most prominent leader in the American civil rights movement. His message of peace and justice continues to inspire thousands of Americans to spend this day volunteering to improve their communities. As a National Day of Service, I encourage you this week to search for local volunteer opportunities, such as the Meals on Wheels program at the Costa Mesa Senior Center, the Someone Cares Soup Kitchen, and Second Harvest Food Bank. Tonight, in honor of Dr. King, we have a very special video from the Costa Mesa High School and Estancia High School drama programs that was put together in conjunction with our own CMTV. So I think at this point in time,
I have a dream that my four little
hit it.
I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today.
Intelligence plus character. That is the goal of true education.
The difference between a dreamer and a visionary is that a dreamer has his eyes closed and a visionary has his eyes open.
Courage is an inner resolution to go forward despite obstacles.
Faith is taking the first step even when you can't see the whole staircase.
If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But by all means, keep moving.
No person has the right to reign on your dreams.
It does not matter how long you live, but how well you do it.
Not everybody can be famous, but everybody can be great, because greatness is determined by service.
If I cannot do great things, I can do small things in a great way.
We must live together as brothers, or perish together as fools.
No work is insignificant. All labor that uplifts humanity has dignity and importance and should be undertaken with painstaking excellence.
Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly.
Love is the only force capable of transforming an enemy to a friend.
Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others?
We cannot walk alone, and as we walk, we must make the pledge that we shall always march ahead. We cannot turn back.
The time is always right to do right.
I have a dream.
I have a dream.
I have a dream.
I have a dream.
Yes, thank you very much to the Estancia High School and Costa Mesa High School drama program for doing that for us, and for Costa Mesa TV, of course, for doing the awesome job that they always do, helping out in the community and engaging with our students and others in the community. So thank you very much. That was very beautiful. We also have a proclamation, and we're honored to have representing the Black Chamber of Commerce is Bobby McDonald. Our good friend Bobby McDonald is here. Let's give it up for Bobby McDonald. Bobby McDonald developed the Black Chamber of Commerce educational outreach programs, including the Bricks and Bridges program and the Martin Luther King Jr. Scholarship Program. He is the founder of Orange County President's Council and a founding member of the Orange County Sports Hall of Fame. But what I always think about Bobby, I always think about his work as a veteran and for veterans, including Veterans Legal Institute, the Veterans Alliance, and Heroes Hall. He's at virtually every veterans event supporting those that have served our country. So we're very happy to have you here and in the chambers. You're always welcome to be here, and in this case especially accepting this proclamation, and we're going to do a photo opportunity. Let me read a little bit as Bobby comes to the podium to say a few words if he chooses to do so, but let me read from excerpts from this proclamation that we're going to present to Bobby McDonald. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., born on January 15th, 1929, dedicated his life to promoting peace, freedom, equality, and justice for all through nonviolent means. Dr. King's message evolved from one of the basic civil rights of voting and desegregation to embrace labor rights, economic and social justice, peace and dignity for all. Dr. King's teachings continue to guide and inspire us in addressing challenges in our communities. I encourage everyone to fight racism, hatred, intolerance, ignorance, and to uphold freedom, equality, and justice for all. That's from the proclamation we're going to present to Bobby McDonald. Mr. McDonald, you have the floor.
Thank you very kindly for honoring Dr. King's birthday, and I love that video. That's pretty awesome to get the students to get together and do some of those quotes. They're powerful quotes, but to see each one of those children say something and kids say something, it's pretty wonderful. Dr. Martin Luther King's Day means a lot more to me than the average person, especially coming from Orange County and being here in Orange County. When President Reagan signed the proclamation to make and the resolution to make Dr. Martin Luther King's birthday a national holiday, he had Coretta Scott King right next to him. Of the 50 states in the United States, the first state of the 50 United States that made Dr. Martin Luther King's birthday a national holiday and a state holiday was the state of California. Of the 58 counties in the state of California, the first county that made Dr. Martin Luther King's a state, a national, a state, and a county holiday was the county of Orange. Signed up, it was Harriet Weeder that made the motion, Ralph Clark seconded, and it went 5-0. That's your Orange County history. Martin Luther King's Day means a lot, especially here in Orange County. And thank you for what you're doing today. Thanks for letting me tell that story, because it's a bit of Orange County history, and it becomes more prominent and personal when you know it came from us. Thank you for this. Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, check out my computer. It's like rebooted. Okay, good. Okay, our next presentation is for my friend and everybody else's friend, Byron D'Ericle, chairman of our planning commission, who is retiring after many years of service. I'll read some information about Byron, and then I have some personal comments that I'll do, and then I've invited all the council members, anybody who wishes to express their thoughts about Byron and their appreciation of his service to the community. I'll give them the floor to do so. And then we've got a tremendous amount of swag for Byron, more than I think we've ever given to anybody, certainly more than I got after I lost my election in 2020. So, but you served a lot longer than that. You didn't lose an election. Okay, after 14 years of service to our community tonight, we say farewell and good luck to Planning Commissioner Chairman Byron D'Ericle. Now everybody clap. So this is time in the script for me to ad lib, and I just want to say how much I admire Byron. He's a very good friend of mine, and we play a lot of golf together. We've had a lot of breakfasts together, and I can't think of anybody who I respect more in terms of their public service. Byron is an extraordinary public servant. I'm going to read some more comments about him in a second, and you'll hear from some of the other council members. But, Costa Mesa wasn't always like it is today. I mean, we have, Flo Martin's here. Ralph Tabota's here. You remember that it was a tumultuous time. I mean, the politics of Costa Mesa have been a little, rough and tumble, and there have been some, what did they say? Politics is a contact sport or a collision sport. But through it all of those who did battle in the elections and up here on the dais, all were uniform in respecting Byron's service and wanting him to be in a position of, on a deliberative body in the city of Costa Mesa, to make decisions and to serve our community. That says a lot. And I can't think of one other person in our community that we can say that about. I will say also about Byron that I don't always agree with him. The beauty thing about Byron is we can disagree sometimes with respect. Most of the time I agree with him with respect. And Byron, quite honestly, doesn't care whether I agree with him or not. Because he is a man of principles, he's a man of convictions, and he's a man of core values. And I'm sure he'll introduce, he's got all of his children here today, and we spend a lot of time with him. Most of the time we spend with Byron, he's bragging about his children, right? And when he's not bragging about his children on the golf course, he's posting something about them on Facebook. He loves his children, he's a great father, he's a great friend, and he's been of great service to the community. So that's why, if you're wondering at home why he's getting all these presents, that's why. Let me read these remarks that were prepared, and then I'll throw open the floor to any council members that want to supplement what has already been said. So during Chairman D'Ericle's 6-year tenure with this is in his commendation, with the City of Costa Mesa Planning Commission, which includes 4 years as the chair, he served the commission with the highest standards and is known for his integrity, work ethic, and leadership. Byron served an 8-year tenure with the City of Costa Mesa Parks and Community Services Commission, which included 4 years as chair and 1 as vice chair. The Costa Mesa community has greatly benefited from Byron's exemplary contributions and commitments and honorable service. On behalf of the City Council, we commend, this is from the commendation, we all signed it, by the way, Byron D'Ericle for his outstanding contributions to the City of Costa Mesa. Now, I'll open the floor to any council members that want to say a few words about Byron. Councilmember Marr.
I'm proud that you have been my appointee to the Planning Commission for the last 4 years, and I'm incredibly grateful for your service. I just want to remind everyone of just how nuts the Planning Commission has been for the last 4 years. I mean, this isn't just like any term of service. This is while we were navigating the implementation of cannabis. It's while we went through COVID and we're figuring out how to get permits for businesses. This is during a pretty interesting time, short-term rentals, ADUs, Measure K. I mean, there's just been a lot that you have chaired that commission through that has been to the benefit of Costa Mesa. So I appreciate you for that reason specifically, but then also just as a friend and someone that I've been able to text and call and have coffee with to understand. By the way, I'm an engineer. Like, I don't actually know, as much as I'd like to about how things are planned and developed. But you've been one of the people that's helped guide me through that process and educate me. So I am very grateful for your service and your friendship.
Thank you. Anybody else? Oh, Councilman Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. So Mayor Stevens mentioned how tumultuous City Council was once upon a time, not too long ago. And I'll admit, Byron, that the first time I thought about reaching out to you, I was like, this guy's from the past. I'm not sure he's going to be very friendly. You were very, very friendly, and I appreciate the first conversation we had, where I also was interested in learning, how certain visions that I had come about. I've gotten to know you over the years since I've been on the council here, and gotten to know how much work it is, not just for us, but for planning commissioners. I think a lot of people who don't see it every day, I know your wife did, don't recognize how much work it is that you're putting into it. So thank you for doing that over the years. I also want to thank you for your support of our newer generations in Costa Mesa. You've really been an advocate for younger people getting involved and younger people in our community being involved in the visioning for our community in the future. And I appreciate you being vocal in that support. And finally, I appreciate your work with Measure K. A challenging issue, and I think your public advocacy for that was very helpful in really framing why Measure K was important and why the work we're doing is important. And you stepped up to be a public advocate for that, and probably took a lot of hits from it. But really appreciate your service, your willingness to really support Costa Mesa now and really think about its future. So thank you, Byron.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At first second, I thought John was going to nominate you for sainthood, Byron. We know better, though, right? Like has been said already, I mean, we cannot foist enough accolades on you for your service. I have been a beneficiary, a direct beneficiary of your counsel and your service over the last several years. I sat in this very seat right next to you for Planning Commission for 4 years, and you took me right under your wing. Even though we were peers in the real estate world, you had a lot to offer, and I soaked everything up. You are really a consummate professional. For folks who are in the consulting business, you're always afraid of the imposter syndrome, that you're just going to get caught because you've been tap dancing all these years and you really don't know what the hell you're doing. Byron is not one of those people. He studies, he knows, he learns, he educates, and as Councilmember Reynolds said, he really does take seriously bringing up the next generation. Not just within our community, but even professionally, making sure that younger planning commissioners know what they're doing so that they're prepared to take the reins when he leaves. And it's a little bittersweet because I know you've done such a tremendous job up here. Your shoes can never be filled on this dais. Like John, I spent a lot of time with Byron, usually on the golf course or sipping a whiskey or occasional cigar. And I can tell you, I cherish those moments. I'm glad we're going to continue to have them. You have a beautiful family. You've raised a beautiful family. You and Julie, you are always talking about your children with great pride. It's something that I've taken note of, especially as I deal with challenging teenagers. But I do want to just finish by saying, your counsel has always been the most important to me. And if I ever needed a wartime consigliere, you would be it.
All right, good. Anything else from the dais? Anyone? Yes, City Manager Farrell Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor. Byron, on behalf of all of the employees of the City of Costa Mesa, on behalf of the executive team, I just wanted to thank you so much for your dedication and your service. When we talk about leadership, we often talk in terms of a title or a position, but in my opinion, leadership is always about the person, and your leadership has been extraordinary. The chair of any commission or committee really sets the tone for how that body is going to operate, but also the relationship with staff. And so I wanted to just thank you for the manner in which you've handled really complicated issues, not in a combative way, but in a real collaborative way, where every single stakeholder, the community, the commission, the applicants, the staff, all have an opportunity to feel heard and to really try to develop the best public policy that we can. And for many cities, land use is probably the single most important thing that is done, aside from trying to maintain financial stability and providing public safety services. And you just did an extraordinary job. It's a huge loss for us. We just want to thank you for everything that you've done on so many major projects in implementing brand new programs like cannabis, which are very difficult and very complicated to bring something new to a city and start it from scratch. And you just led that charge so well. And just to your sons and daughters that are here and your future son-in-law, thank you for sharing him with us. Sometimes family doesn't get to see what we see as staff or what's just being filmed, and just behind the scenes with staff, he's phenomenal too. And so we just really care for him and are just so happy to have worked with him. And thank you for mentoring as many people as you have. And Jennifer, did you have any remarks, since you work the closest with him in terms of staff? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Lorianne, for letting me make my comments tonight. As you know, Byron joined the Planning Commission back in February of 2017, and he's chaired the Planning Commission for the last 4 years. I actually joined Costa Mesa in late 2017, so Byron was already on the Planning Commission when I arrived, and he immediately made a huge impression on me as just one of the most professional and knowledgeable commissioners that I had ever worked with. As a longtime Costa Mesa resident, family man, and a person with a professional background in planning and development services, he was immediately an ideal commissioner from that perspective, and he always brought such a thoughtful and grounded perspective to every discussion at the commission, whether it was housing policy or ADUs or transportation, supporting new businesses or discussing cannabis regulations, or the million other important issues that were decided on by the Planning Commission. Byron was always professional and prepared, and he debated every issue with a collaborative spirit and grace and good humor, which is the most important when you're debating issues at the Planning Commission, and always acted in the best interest of the community. So as the chair of the Planning Commission, I think everybody knows Byron runs one heck of a meeting. And that's very important to staff as well as the tone that he sets for all of the meetings. He's not only the chair, but a person that I and my staff bounce ideas off of, really take the temperature of the community on very difficult issues. And ultimately, he is a person that we respected as a colleague and a community member and also a friend. So thank you, Byron, for your leadership and your years of service. Although we are excited for your family to get you back on Monday nights, we're also excited to see what you're going to do next. Both myself, on behalf of my staff, Scott Drapkin, our assistant director, who's liaison to the Planning Commission and here tonight, we will miss you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, everyone. So why don't we call him up? We've heard so much about him. You can say a few words. The soon-to-be former chairman of the Planning Commission, Byron D'Ericle, you have the floor, and then we'll give you the swag and take a picture.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hold on one second. What's going on with the mic?
I touched it, so
Hold on.
already I've screwed up. So
No, you're good now.
So there's always an over-under with my family if I'm going to make it through comments without having to sandbag the chambers or something, but I'm really quite overwhelmed. I'll get it together. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, for this bit of fuss over a guy who's probably stuck around longer than he should have. I've always been acutely aware that my service on the Planning and Parks Commission was at the pleasure of the City Council. And so that I was given the opportunity to serve this great community for 14 years is a source of genuine pride for me. It has been one great honor of my life. So I also, I have to acknowledge folks who have been important in my life and important in this process. I want to acknowledge my mom and dad. Both were public servants. My dad was a school district superintendent most of his career. My mom was a public school administrator. And in their free time, both served on the Orange County Juvenile Justice Commission, and my mom served on the Orange County Grand Jury back in 1971. They never talked about that service. They modeled it. And what I learned from that was you don't talk about public service, you just do it. And so I'm forever grateful for them, for the model they set for me, to model public service and not talk about it. It's a great memory for me that in 2005, my mom and dad sat probably in the middle on that section when I was first appointed chair of the Parks Commission. And I knew they were proud, and I know they're proud now. I need to thank Gary Monahan. Gary called me in 2003 and thought it'd be a good idea if I served on the Parks Commission. And I never had an idea that I would do that. I was writing a column for the Pilot at the time, and I was spending hundreds of hours in these chambers watching the government go by and writing about it. And Gary asked me to serve on the Parks Commission. I did not know it would turn out to be a 14-year career in public service. I'm glad he asked me. I'm forever grateful to him for demonstrating in me showing confidence in my ability to serve the community. Finally, I need to thank my family, my kids. When I started in public service in 2003, Lee, my oldest one with the mask on and the hat, was a junior in high school. He's now the father of 3 girls. My son Daniel was, I don't know, probably just starting high school and junior high. He's now director of guitar studies at Chapman University with a PhD in classical guitar performance. My daughter Melanie was probably still in grade school. She is now a manager of global growth strategy for Activision Blizzard. And my daughter Gina is leading important branding and advertising strategies for worldwide companies at Passport here in Costa Mesa. And I'm proud of my future son-in-law, Drake, who's going to be marrying Melanie in June, working very hard on his master's degree. He's going to be a school counselor. We're very proud of him. And Andrew, my daughter Gina's significant other, we're happy to have him as part of our family. And then I have to thank my wife, Julene. She wanted to be here tonight, but she's really sick with a wicked cold, which makes her not very pleasant to be around. But that's not a criticism, because when I have one, I'm no peach either. But she did want to be here tonight. My wife was my biggest supporter throughout this journey and also my most constructive critic. Gina, in particular, will be able to tell you that my wife used to watch these meetings a lot on TV, and she knew that I was very bad at hiding my emotions when something was being discussed and I either disagreed with it or I thought, oh, brother, or seriously. And my wife would dutifully criticize me when I got home, saying, you can't do that. And I never really improved much at it. It's just who I am. But she's been with me on this whole journey. She supported me every time I decided I would reapply. Even though I think secretly she wanted me back on the weekends. But I love her so much. She's been my wife for 40 years. Mother of my great kids. And I love you, honey. So, look, Costa Mesa is a great city, has a bright future in front of it. Please take good care of her. Thank you.
All right, the chair wants you to be seated, but you have to stay there on the podium because we're all going to come up and we've got some really good, as I said, really good stuff for you.
All right.
So stay right there. We'll come down to you. Come on, Councilor.
That's right, I did. Oh, wow.
Okay.
It's beautiful.
This is a nicely framed commendation signed by the entire council, and I'm not going to read it. I read excerpts of it before, but you can hang this on your wall. There you go. Kids, why don't you come up and help Dad because he's got so much stuff.
Thank you, John.
This next thing
Oh, my goodness.
is a beautiful gavel that we're giving to you because you were the chair of both the Parks Commission and the Planning Commission and did so well. So now you could use that in some other capacity. Let me get a shot with that real fast. Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I got you. You could do the gavel.
Oh.
You gotta hold the gavel up there.
Gavel. There we go. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, honey.
So I've been on council, I got elected in 2016, started in 2017. There has only, in that period of time, there's only been one other person that received the key to the city of Costa Mesa. And she won a gold medal in the United States Olympics. That's April Ross.
She's cuter than I am.
Right, yeah. Much younger, much more athletic. And I could assure you, because I play golf with him so much, he did not get the key to the city because his athletic ability. Here you go, the key to the city. Council, why don't you come on around? So we'll take pictures.
That's terrific. Thanks, John.
But this is my favorite. Oh, so okay, this is it. We're not done yet. Okay. This is not my favorite. This is my second favorite.
Oh my gosh.
This,
How did you get
this
that all in one
is
sign?
a street sign made by our public works department makes these beautiful street signs. You could put it up in your patio or do whatever you want to do with it. Byron D'Erical Way. And so I think you showed us your way, and it's a wonderful way. And so here you go. Here's your street sign.
That's cool.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. Wow.
But the bet, are we did the final and best thing? So this is something that no one else, not even April Ross, got this.
There we go.
Okay, this is your own personal rocking chair.
Oh my God.
And on the back of the rocking chair, as you see, it says the chairman, and it's got the city seal on it. So now you could take this to all those soccer games and all those games your grandkids are playing, and people will say, "Who's that guy?" And they'll say, "You know him. He's the chairman." Oh my God! So there you go.
Terrific. Love that. Thanks, John.
Sure. All right, let's take a photo. Let's take a photo with all this swag.
Stop it.
Thanks so much. Don, it was a pleasure serving you.
You go in the middle of that.
There's too many of us.
Yeah. I need a wider angle.
I'll take the foundation. I like to hold that. So thank you also to the staff, Evis and Sergio and Janet and the Public Works Department and Alma and everybody who worked so hard to put together a nice presentation and the gifts for Byron. I really appreciate it. He says thank you too. All right, now, moving on. Let's do some business. So we're going to start with public comments. Public comments are 3 minutes, and you can speak about anything other than what's on an agenda item. You can also speak on the calendar, consent calendar items, but not on agenda items. You get 3 minutes. At 2, what's now? At 2 minutes, you're going to hear a sound that says that you have 1 minute more. At 3 minutes, your mic will be cut off. We'll go to the people in the chambers first, and then if there are folks on Zoom that want to participate in public comments, they can do so. So with that, let's start over here with Flo Martin. You have the floor. The first public comment of 2023. Hit it.
A little bit of Byron history. Back in the early 2000s, the Daily Pilot's columnist Fred Martin announced that he was retiring, and the Daily Pilot started a competition. I submitted, but so did Byron, and Byron got the nod. A couple of years later, I ended up with a column of my own as well. Anyway, I'm going to go Valley Girl tonight. Back in the 70s, I attended Orange County Philharmonic Society concerts at the Santa Ana High School auditorium, like all the time. Then in 1986, the Society concerts moved to the new Performing Arts Center, now known as Segerstrom Hall. As a season ticket holder, I was there like 38 years. In 2004, we discovered Pacific Symphony, which also performed at Segerstrom Hall. 2 years later, the Renee and Henry Segerstrom Concert Hall opened, the new home for the Pacific Symphony. Joe and I became season subscribers, still are, like 18 years. My first husband and I discovered South Coast Repertory Theater in the mid-70s. The venue was a small space on Newport Boulevard. In 1978, the company moved into its new home off Town Center Drive. Seasoned subscribers ever since, like 44 years. So, I have walked across the intersection of Bristol and Town Center Drive literally like over 4 decades. Fast forward to 2015. As a founding member of the Bikeway and Walkability Committee, I requested that the Public Works install a 4th northern crosswalk at that intersection, like 7 years ago. Today, nothing, nada, niente, still no crosswalk. Please, we need that missing leg crosswalk like yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on one second. I have to turn the mic on, and then you have the floor.
So I'm here again about the gym at 140 17th Street, as usual. So we're going to talk about the gym. So on the original 1992 CUP, it says that the gym is less than it says it's located across the street from a trailer park, and the building is located about 100 feet from the street, okay? So we were there first, obviously, and I'm about 100 feet from the street. So this gym's literally 200 feet from me. I got my lovely screw you letter from the city of Costa Mesa, which was sent certified mail, which charges more money. Thanks for wasting my tax dollars on that. So let's go over this real quick. 105 complaints called for noises on the gym, 12 to 15 calls to code enforcement, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with the gym, right? Okay, so in here it also says that my evidence is no good because it's not taken with their thing, you know. It also, okay, let's talk about the 2002 fitness thing. Okay, they have a CUP from 2002, which pretty much you can throw the 1992 one in the trash from that thing. So whenever I asked the code enforcement about it, while I was on the phone with them, they said I must have been mistaken, that they didn't know what I was talking about. So the 2002 CUP wasn't even provided to me as a member of the public. I think that's mine, isn't it? It should be available to me, shouldn't it? Okay, also in here, it says that they talked to approximately 28 of my neighbors. Coincidentally, there's 29 trailers at my trailer park. So I talked to my neighbors, and at least 4 or 5 of them said, no, we absolutely told them about this base. You know, it's been raining, and I can't even hear the nice rain on my tin roof because boom, 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 anytime they want. And also in here, it says that they talked to them about keeping the door closed. Because who wants to hear somebody on an intercom giving a workout in their neighborhood? Do you want to hear that in your neighborhood? Any of you guys? Any of you guys want to hear that in your neighborhood? No. Twice in 1 week, they opened their door. Twice in 1 week. On December 24th, Christmas Eve, we were having to listen to that gym's workout. Okay, we listen to the bass daily. You guys have total control of this now, so you need to fix it, please. And the petition from 10 years ago, nobody can mysteriously find that, but don't you worry, I will get my hands on that. And that's why nobody else comes up here, because they've already filed a petition against the gym, and nothing gets done. Nothing. Have a great day.
Yes, you're at the floor, sir.
Hello, everybody. My name is Christian Garcia. I live in Shalimar Drive. I'm here I didn't really put anything together to talk today, but I just wanted to mention that there's so many different opportunities for us to serve our community. And I've experienced a lot. I've seen a lot throughout the almost 20 years that I've lived in Shalimar. And I just want to see more programs for the youth, because right now is a critical moment for them. Not only social media, but there's so much evil in the streets. And unfortunately, some of the parents can't afford to stay home and take care of them and become a role model to them. That's what they need, role models. So what we need, I don't have the answer, but I know that if we work together, we can make something happen. I've been working and doing as much as I can, but I definitely do need more help, because so far we've created 4 days of programs. We've created art class. We did music class as well. We're doing graffiti intervention and just different opportunities for the youth. But if anybody wants to participate and volunteer, there's so much more that we can do. That's all I got for now, but thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for your service. It appears that running a city is incredibly complex, and I appreciate your efforts. My question is about housing. Do you think it would be a good idea if Costa Mesa knew how much of the housing stock is owned by institutional investors? Yes? Sure. Okay. If we find it, well, you guys don't, the city doesn't have that information. I don't either. It's held by the county. County records have that. If we found out, we're able to find out, would you think it would be a good idea to possibly limit the percentage of the stock in Costa Mesa could be owned by institutional investors? Put a limit on it, like a percentage? It was a question.
We don't respond back in these.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, okay. Thank you for that. I didn't know you wouldn't respond. Well, I had. I've talked with the Assembly woman Petrie Norris's office and Senator Mims, and they all think it would be a good idea to find out at least what is the percentage. So my next stop will be the Orange County Board of Supervisors, because that information is held by the assessor's office. And as of now, there's no real obtainable, at least through public records that I can find. But it's possible if I get if I ask them to do it and have some backing from the various levels of government, that we can find out and then go from there. So I will. I guess, gosh, if I can't ask questions, I live in Ms. Marr's district. When I amass some of this information, I maybe make a meeting with you and discuss it further. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
And just for everybody's benefit, including the speaker, you can engage us outside of the meeting. We've got our on the website. You can send us an email. You can call us. It's just like in this format right now of the public, it's not a dialogue. Okay? Yes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Julie Adams, veteran in the United States Air Force, and I'm kind of perturbed about my the lack of response from the city here in Costa Mesa on the issue of our dog park, because I have mental health reasons. I have dogs for support, and a friend of mine last week sent an email to your Parks and Community Service Director, Jason Minter, and we just received an email back today. That was over a week ago, trying to find out when they're going to open up the dog park again for us. And he goes, large dog park was left open to allow all dogs and dog owners a place to roam. The decision to close the small dog was due to the safety concerns related to the wet conditions, as well as the intention to preserve the new renovated grass in the small dog park. I'm going to tell you that was hogwash. There was no standing water. I've seen the dog park worse. You picked the wrong grass, period. End of discussion. It's already dead and gone. Threw thousands of dollars into that dog park. We appreciated it, but you didn't do it the right way. And we're tired of being pushed around, pushed out of our park because somebody doesn't like the way it looks. We have things, my dog's gotten their nails snagged on the plastic coming up from the sod you put down. I had a dog had to go to the vet clinic because he got his one of his nail dew claws ripped out because of it. Not happy. So something needs to happen. Someone needs to come over there and ask us what we need to do. And we need to team up together, because this running around with Mr. Minter is a waste of our time and effort. And I would appreciate if you guys get on his you-know-what, and I'm saying it nicely, to start addressing the issues. Because they didn't address the drainage issue. They just put grass on top of the problem. So we're having a problem with the way he's managing our park. So something needs to happen real soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. You have the floor.
Hi, my name is Nick Vazenelik from Costa Mesa.
Hold on 1 second. Hey, Jen, can you please help and move the microphone down so it's closer to his mouth so we can hear? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nick Vazenelik from Costa Mesa, and I would like to bring up the flying fields at Fairview Park. I like flying model airplanes, both powered and glider. It is the only flying field that I can ride my bike to. It would mean a lot to me and my friends if you could open it for flying like the council voted for over a year ago. That's it.
Thank you. Good job, Mr. Vuksevich.
Good evening, Council. I don't really know how to top that one, but it's I'm going to try. So, I really want to talk about housing, inclusionary housing ordinances versus market rate housing. And I actually want to start by looking at this Twitter post I saw in early December. So, I'd love to read it. So, tell me how you think through this question. Say your city builds 5,000 market rate homes per year and rents are still going up fast. And so if you instead built 5,000 subsidized low-income homes, do your rents for non-subsidized units go up, A, faster, B, slower, or C, the same? So I'm going to spend my 3-minute public comment time just giving a little break. You got to think about the question, examine it. It's a tough one. So it's not clear. I'm going to put it that way. Like, people on Twitter were debating back and forth, but I think the consensus is that the answer is A. And I'm going to give you 3 different ways to kind of frame that answer. This is Matthew Lewis. He's the head of communications for California EMB. The answer is faster because 5,000 is clearly not enough, and rents at the margin are fully decoupled from subsidized units since those bidding up the margin never qualify for the subsidies. In other words, switching to exclusively those affordable units is still causing the market to rise. You may know Jen Tanaka. Her answer was faster because you've created 2 markets, one with a constrained supply. If prices are rising when 5,000 market units are built, then it suggests demand is greater than supply at all times. As not all renters will qualify, the rest will facing increasing competition as the remaining market rates units, for the remaining market rate units. And last one, I just like the way when it was worded. It's faster. The pricing power of the market rate renters, by definition, is stronger than the subsidized. So whatever makes the city popular to support the 5,000 new market rate units, but still rising rent will persist, yada, yada, yada. The point being is I really worry about an inclusionary housing ordinance, and I generally oppose one because I do worry about the actual dampening effect on supply. I think that if the council is going to pursue one, it should at all costs be in a way to not impede any housing and really be aimed at increasing market rate housing as well. I imagine a site where you could a developer could pencil out maybe 100 units, let's say, of market rate units, but couldn't pencil out 80 units and 20% affordable. Would we want to stop this project in Costa Mesa? That's just a question, and I think I wouldn't. And so if an IHO is pursued, it should not, at all costs, not be done in a way to impede any building of housing. And I really want that to be considered, that the importance of market rate housing is it affects and helps everyone in the entire market. The importance of affordable housing is it only helps the people at the very bottom, and even then they're displaced to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. So, defend yourself. Jen Tanaka.
Good evening, council and staff. Let this all be a lesson to us that you should be very careful about what you post on social media. You never know when it will come back and be splashed all over public comment. Anyway. So good evening. My name is Jen Tanaka. I'm a resident. First, I want to echo gratitude for Byron Dackerell's service. It's been wonderful to have such an example of public service in front of us at this time, and I know he will be extremely missed, especially as we embark on this new chapter in our city. I also want to wish the council and staff a happy new year. One thing I want to talk about tonight is resolutions. I am a board member of the Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets, and you may have seen that we sent you a letter earlier today laying out our 8 resolutions for the city this year. I am not going to go into all of them tonight, but I'm sure you'll hear from us about them over the course of the year. They're kind of just 8 goals that we think that are very achievable to make our streets a better place to be. What I actually want to talk about was a suggestion for a resolution for each of you that I am also making myself this year, which is to try this one simple trick to make you a more effective public servant and maybe help you in other ways too. And that is to replace 1 trip by car, just 1 each week, with a trip by bicycle, by public transit, or by walking. I've been doing this for a while, and I'm going to try to continue it every year or throughout the rest of the year. And I promise you, you will see your city very differently outside of a car. You might realize how uncomfortable it is to bicycle on our streets, and you may also notice how many friendly waves and good mornings you've been missing by zipping by in your car. And you might also find that waiting for the bus takes a super long time, and that feels doubly long when you have no place to sit and nothing shading your head from the sun. We don't have street transit riders this way, but I know that we do. And you'll also see that walking can be wonderful, but it's also kind of scary. You'll see how hesitant you are when you try to walk across a street that is 6, 7, 8, 9 lanes wide. But you'll also be greeted by a lot of lovely folks walking their dogs, traversing the same roads you are. Maybe a little kid will roll by you on a scooter, and your day will be just that much better. And if you hesitate and wonder if it's really possible, wonder if you have the skills or the time to do it, note that too. Rent has gone up more than 25% in the last few years, and many residents are looking at their car payments and their gas payments and their rent payments side by side and making hard choices. So while I'm asking you to choose to do this, I want you to realize that many people are not doing this by choice. And so if you want a buddy, call me, and I promise I'll ride or walk with you. And whatever helps, please do it. But let's go where our residents go so we can understand the task ahead of us this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lees.
Yes, good evening. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Wendy Lees. And first of all, a couple comments on the previous speakers. I really appreciated the prayer from Pastor Okusi and all of the young people in the video honoring Martin Luther King Day with all of the fabulous quotes about his principles, about his ideas, his dreams, justice, civil rights. I think his message resonates with all of us today, that we want to continue to create and have a just society for all. Congratulations to Byron. I served with him on the Parks and Recreation Commission for a few years. And also, I support Christian Garcia's comments about Shalimar. I often walk my dog down to Shalimar, and if the graffiti people notice, I post a complaint about graffiti practically weekly, if not more, even on Placentia. Christian is a fine young man. He's taking kids fishing and other basketball, and I have been supporting his efforts to have intervention. I think it's something that you think of Hal Fisher years ago brought the whole idea of community policing into Costa Mesa, and Shalimar was pretty rough and tumble in those days. I think we need to get back to a positive policing, especially with our little guys. You know, there's a proverb that says, without a vision, the people perish. And I think of that today because I don't know really what your vision is for our city after you passed Measure K by a slim 22 votes. I worked on the No on K campaign. We had about $6,000 where we chipped in a few bucks here and there, and the developers gave you thousands of dollars. And you only won it by 22 votes, and it wasn't a mandate. So I hope in the future that you have plenty of meetings to discuss things like inclusionary housing, and have forums where we people who've lived here 50 years can comment on how we want to maintain our quality of life with new developments, which will increase the need for more public safety and firemen. And I don't know that that was really included in all of the PR that you did to get Measure K passed. We didn't even know what curing votes was. And we knew that happened after the election or at some point. We didn't pay people to go out and get votes. We were just a lot of us helped you guys get elected. So we love our city. We want to maintain our small, eclectic city, and we hope that you will invite us and include us in the vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Zoom, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Hank Castanetti, please.
Mr. Castanetti, you have the floor.
Madam Clerk, I'll give you a cue if it's okay for you to change the graphics.
Okay.
Happy New Year, Council, staff, and citizens of Costa Mesa. I'm here tonight to review 2022 with the Orange County Model Engineers. We operate the Mackerel Flats and Goat Hill Junction Railroad in beautiful Fairview Nature Park. It was an exciting year with a new trestle, newly painted station, our 6-year project to replace all the mainline track is virtually completed. We went live with an all-new webpage, acquired a new engine, and membership top 200. Slide, please. Last month, we were excited to have Santa and Mrs. Claus join us for the first time since the pandemic. Santa and Mrs. Claus actually became members, entertained the kids at Goat Hill Junction, then went immediately to the Segerstrom Hall to star in their holiday program on stage with the orchestra. In addition, we were visited by a real-life Grinch who brought a scale Whoville, offered crafts, and posed for pictures to the delight of the little ones. Slide, please. In January, the city asked us not to open to the public due to the Omicron COVID surge. But in spite of that, slide, please, we gave 28,000, you can go to the next one. We gave 28,311 rides to the public last year. Our members are required to fill out a time card when they do volunteer work for the benefit of the club. And since we are a public benefit corporation, we consider this time to be a benefit to the residents of the city of Costa Mesa as well. Slide, please. Last year, our members performed 6,232 hours in service to this community. A lot of effort is required to give 28,311 free rides. Slide, please. So please come by the railroad this Saturday and Sunday for our monthly free rides and enjoy the park's lush green winter color. Check out how the vernal pools are filling up. Also, check out our new webpage. See how you too can enjoy the trains in beautiful Fairview Park all year long. Why not join the club? We'll teach you how to run the trains and put smiles on the faces of all the little riders, as well as your own friends and family. You don't need to buy a train. That's right. Once you are a certified engineer, you may use club equipment for your own personal pleasure. Go to our website, fill out an application, and join other train enthusiasts and local residents for the time of your life. The web address is ocmetrains.org. We hope to see you there. Come on and join us next weekend. All aboard.
All aboard, Hank. Thank you. Yeah, you can clap for Hank.
Okay.
Who's next?
The next speaker is Kim Hendricks, please.
Ms. Hendricks, you have the floor. Ms. Hendricks,
Can you take yourself off mute, please?
it's *6, right, to get off mute? Or *9? Or just push the button?
Thank you for waiting. Good evening. I wanted to let the city council know that this past Friday, I feel like it was a historical event at Fairview Park. For the first time in years, we were able to actually plant, City of Costa Mesa was, Mr. Kelly Dalton, plant a coastal sage scrub buffer around vernal pools 5, 6, and 7. I felt ecstatic. It's a historical event since the 2013 or 2009, whenever it was, the DG Trail. And so for a few years, we've been pulling a lot of the non-native invasives. So it was so wonderful to finally get to plant something. And we got it in, we got over 100 plants in before Saturday. And on such short notice, we had so many people. I thought it was going to take us all day. It took us a little over an hour. Everyone was so careful, and Glenn Lucas and Associates was there showing us how to plant it properly. We had some of the Waldorf students there. We had some of home schools there, and it would be really wonderful. I can't wait in the future to get some of our local schools like Wilson and Pomona. The principals are very willing and wanting this to happen with their students. And I also invite you guys out on the second Saturday of the month for restoration. So it's just amazing what is out there, you guys. And when I'm more prepared next meeting, I will come and I have a calendar for each of you. It's incredible. and go to our website and see what it looks like. And next meeting, I'll be there since I'm out of town. So thank you very much.
All right, safe travels. Who's next?
Cynthia McDonald, please.
Ms. McDonald, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Happy New Year. The last time I spoke to you, it was before the November election, and I asked the council and staff about the housing element. At that time, we didn't have an update, but we could see from the state's website that the housing element was not in compliance, and it is still not in compliance despite the revisions released on Election Day. And then there were subsequent revisions that had to be made earlier this month. I have the same questions I did back in November. Ignoring me doesn't mean I'm going away. It means the city isn't being transparent. You can do better. Here's what I do know from looking at the latest draft. The city must adopt an inclusionary housing ordinance. There's no question about that. The deadline for an IHO has been changed to a hard date. We didn't see a draft in December 22, as we were previously told. Now we are looking at a target completion date of December 23, with a draft being presented to the City Council and Planning Commission this spring. When is the community outreach going to happen? I hope the city intends to invest in a meaningful engagement of the public in this effort. In fact, I expect you to do that. We also see from the updated housing element that the war on Measure Y was planned as a two-prong attack, and that the next ballot measure in 2024 will be an assault on our residential neighborhoods. So those of you who believed your neighborhood would escape untouched, well, that fantasy needs to be disposed of right now. Again, I hope there's meaningful engagement of the public, more than was done with deceptive Measure K. While we're on the subject of Measure K, looking at the report on the strategic objectives in the consent calendar, where is the visioning that was supposed to accompany it? Nowhere in that report does it mention the plan of outreach to the community. You know, the best way to take the temperature of the community is to get it involved. If you can't back up your promises with action, how do you expect the public to trust you? Okay, that's a rhetorical question, but I would appreciate answers to my other questions, both those asked now and back in November. Thanks, and have a healthy 2023.
Right. Next speaker is Frank.
Frank, you have the floor.
Frank, if you could unmute yourself, please. Okay. Let's go to
Frank?
the next speaker.
Yeah, let's go to the next speaker. Frank, you can stay on and we'll catch you when you get the technical difficulties handled.
Next speaker is call-in user 1.
Call-in user 1, you have the floor.
The new year has looking back on 2022 happenings and hopefully learning from those events. 2022 in Costa Mesa had a high point, or maybe I should say low point, for the City Council for their backdoor secret ad hoc committee that shut out the community but allowed their hand-picked accomplices in regarding Measure K. The two planning commissioners that acted as fronts and mouthpieces for Measure K, the Parks Chairman Rutherford, who sent emails to and through the city email offering $200 to walk in favor of K. Who paid that $200? Was it the union that represents city employees? Was it developers who contributed massive amounts of money to, or the Dem Party? We don't know. The memo received via public information request leaves so many questions up in the air, possibly involving backdoor negotiations of some type. We really don't know because we're in the dark. We learned that the council gamed the voting system through the developers of K, the unions, the PACs, the Democratic Party, bragging about curing over 400 votes to tilt the victory for K by only 22 votes. You're asking yourself, what is curing the votes? It's rejuvenating rejected votes, like forgetting to sign your envelope on your voting package. My guess, they cured a very specific type of party voter. This is a time-consuming project, but with enough money, it's a legal way to game the voting system. And Kay had plenty of money available through the unions, through the Dem Party, and through the developers' donations. Keep in mind, the developers fed about $150,000 into the PAC supporting Kay, while the grassroots Costa Mesans had less than $7,000. How much did the union and political parties donate? Another unknown. But those 22 votes were not only mega costly in money, but mega costly to the future of Costa Mesa. But wowzer, did the residents of Costa Mesa learn a lesson? We won't forget Kay and how the city was literally split in half except for 22 votes. This isn't the end. This is to be continued because as Cynthia McDonald just stated, 2024 is going to be another assault on the people of Costa Mesa. Happy New Year. And I agree, you need to do better.
Happy New Year.
Okay, Frank, are you able to speak now?
Frank, you have the floor.
I don't think he knows how to unmute.
Gone. Anybody else?
No, no other speakers.
All right, we'll close public comment then. Sorry about that, Frank. We'll be back soon so you can talk to us at the next meeting. So this is the time for council member comments. Council members can provide committee reports and any other thing that's on their mind following the public comments. So let's see. Let's go in this order. We'll start with Councilmember Reynolds from District 5.
Okay, Happy New Year. No, it's already almost 7:30 and we're just getting started here, so I'll try to go quick as always, but I have a lot. So it was really nice to hear from OCME and the Fairview Park Alliance and some of the activities they've been supporting throughout the years. Our nonprofits and volunteers are a huge part of our community and I think a real mark of the health of our community, so I appreciate all those efforts. I got to start the year with another one of our nonprofits, the Costa Mesa Historical Society. Got to swear in the new board in our beautiful Adams room at our beautiful library. And heard a really fantastic talk by local developer Linda Sadeghi, who was involved in designing the camp. The talk was about repurposing historic buildings and repurposing existing buildings to create really interesting spaces that invite people to come and stay and linger. So I was just really excited to hear from Costa Mesans at a volunteer event and really thinking about the future in terms of the visions that we'll create together this year. I appreciate the comments from Mr. Garcia about opportunities for our youth. Thank you for bringing that to light. Certainly something we've been talking about. We've brainstormed on just making sure that we close the gaps on awareness and access to some existing facilities, but I think it'd be great to also brainstorm with youth, I think especially our teenagers, on what other opportunities we can create for them. Certainly what I think is interesting may not be what they think is interesting, so want to hear directly from them. A couple items that I wanted to touch on. Oh my gosh, I've lost my notes here. So a lot of talk about Measure K and housing and envisioning. One of the things I was really hoping to do early this year is look at all of the items on the agenda for our planning and development services team. We've got a lot that we've put on your plate from all of the housing element programs, Fairview Developmental Center, Economic Development Plan, cannabis, new business applications, and so on. I think I probably got a third of the list. Outdoor dining, short-term rentals. I think it's going to be really important for us and for the public to have some kind of session where we really prioritize what we're working on, so we staff has clear direction on what we need to get done when, and then there's good transparency on what we're working on. I understand, and we can talk about what resource needs we have to get what we want done. I think it's really important to have that prioritization early on because there's a lot we know you're working on, and council needs to take the time to prioritize that. On the sustainability front, I do have would like the city manager to give us an update on our position for a sustainability, energy and sustainability manager. I'd also, if that position's not filled, which I think it's not yet, would really like to see us look for someone who understands the impact of land use and infrastructure on the sustainability needs. And I think that would be a person who would be really important in all of the planning and visioning discussions for how we build housing and how we plan for our community going forward. So would love to get an update on that. And then I mentioned cannabis. A few council members in the last few meetings, including myself, the last few meetings last year, were interested in relooking at at cannabis, given what we're learning through the application process so far, and now that we have at least one business open. So want to make sure that that doesn't fall off the radar. And of course, a quick comment on Safe Streets. I did get the CMABS letter. Thank you to CMABS, another great organization in our community, working very hard on the issue of safe streets. Lots of great ideas in the letter that you shared. I think I agree with all of them, and am excited to share that many of those ideas are already in progress. So thank you for your work, and we'll continue working together on that. Lots of great Safe Streets items on our agenda today as well. So 2 items upcoming. Thursday, there is a meeting hosted by Caltrans at the Adams Room at the library again. Really important meeting. Caltrans is working on a project that slices right through our city. So it'll be really important to get feedback on how we can improve safety and even use that project to support businesses along that corridor. On Sunday this weekend, community bike rides are back. We'll be meeting at 2 p.m. at Marina View Park. We really want to encourage everyone who's biked with us before, and then everyone who maybe got a new bike for Christmas or wants to get their bike out of the garage again. Join us on Sunday. We have our family-friendly ride, many off-street trails, so it'd be a really fun ride. So join us Sunday at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to hear from Councilmember Manuel Chavez from District 4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you everyone for joining us. Hope you all had a good long weekend. First things first, I think it's important to recognize we had a young man, Mr. Garcia, come today from my district, District 4, to talk about the issues facing Shalimar community. I mentioned this a couple times in the past, but it's always good to have a fresh voice from the community, a voice that knows more deeply than I the needs of the community. I look forward to working with him moving forward. I know he is an applicant for the Parks Commission. But what I want to ask city staff is, as we hear more voices come up, I think the onus falls on us a little bit to demonstrate to the public what we're doing for them. So I know we have a mobile rec van in our arsenal. I'm curious if we've ever deployed it to Shalimar, and if so, how many times this past year. The stories he shares are not unfamiliar to me. A lot of youth in my district, even my time growing up here, have had both parents working and left their children alone after school. So I think it's something we need to be prioritizing, and I'd like to report at some point between now and next council meeting on how many times we've had our city resources be deployed to Shalimar. Alongside that note, we have been seeing a lot more of graffiti around the area, which is another note of concern. Luckily, we have great residents like Miss Lease that will let me know of the locations and do use the My Costa Mesa app. But I do feel like there is a nexus missing with our community themselves. They're the ones that see it every day, but yet they're not reporting it. That tells me that the city, we're failing our residents because they don't know where to report these kind of things at. So if you can also come back with a plan to see how we can do a PR campaign, primarily to Spanish speakers, I think that'd be really good because obviously the need is there. Finally, I don't want to end on just things that we need to improve on. I do want to say a thank you. This last Saturday, our Assemblywoman, Kai Pichi-Norris, had a dump day at our senior center. I was there from about 8 to 9, and I checked in afterwards when the event ended around 12, and lo and behold, 8 out of the 9 bins were filled up. What that tells me is that there's demand for people at least in Costa Mesa to use these dump days. So I think as we move forward as a city and we plan out our agenda for the year, I think we should be prioritizing having more dump days because there's clearly demand for it. And more importantly, having these dump days ensures that those furnitures and big bulky items do not end up on our streets. So that being said, happy to be back in the chambers Thank you, staff, for all you do. I know it's back to work again, but I know together we can accomplish great things, so thank you.
Thank you, council member. So we're going to skip Councilmember Gameros. He is here on Zoom, but we're going to skip him for council member comments. So we're going to go to District 1 and Councilmember Donald Harper. Councilmember Harper, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, for all of you who came to speak this evening and speak at council meetings, I truly appreciate it and get a lot from it. I want to remind you, we are on the website. You can get our email address, our phone number. And I think I speak for all the council members, but if you want to email us directly or bring up issues, whether it's the dog park or the gentleman that spoke about the housing, institutional housing, I'm interested to know, why you're asking those questions, and I'm curious too. So just we're here to serve you. Mr. Garcia, I'd love to hear more about what your issues are and how I might help. So that is all. Oh, Jen Tanaka, I walk my dog about 2.5 miles a day. So just so you know, I don't walk anywhere in particular, but that's all I have this evening. Pardon me?
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. From District 3, Councilmember Andrea Marr.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to start with Nick, our young gentleman who spoke about the fly field. I think it was in 2021 we had a meeting where we talked about the future of the fly field. And at that time, I'm pretty sure I'm the one that made the motion, recognizing that the concern at the time was specifically around noises and that the electric or powered flying was causing and potentially interrupting raptors. And so my motion at the time was to allow gliders as an interim solution, with the goal being that we were going to come back as part of the master planning process. I think we're talking about that later in our agenda, but it might be possible that my motion was misunderstood or that there's something I'm not aware of where we haven't been able to implement that for the last year. But I'd like an update on that as soon as possible, please, because it doesn't quite seem right that council weighed in on something and then the thing that we thought we were voting on didn't actually happen. Similarly, an update on the tennis center RFP. If my latest tracking is correct, I think January 25th is when we're supposed to get bids in, so I'd like to see if we're still on track for that. I want to echo Councilmember Reynolds' comments on next steps for Measure K and generally a work plan for just the volume of work that Ms. Lee has got in front of her for 2023. So just because we made it through the housing element doesn't mean that we've made it anywhere closer to some of the goals in terms of I feel bad listing all of them at this point, but ADUs, short-term rentals, Measure K, the list goes on. I've commented on this a few times. I think I have the support of enough council members at this point. I would like to bring the cannabis ordinance back for review. I'm not suggesting we make any dramatic changes. I'm not even suggesting we make any changes at all. But I'd like to bring it back because I feel like I've learned a lot about the process after listening to enough planning commission meetings. One of my concerns, for example, sorry, my screen just popped up with a service update. I'll ignore it, I think. Yeah, I'd like to bring it back. One of my concerns, for example, is displacement, the amount of notice that we're giving to businesses that are becoming cannabis dispensaries and how that's working. And so I don't feel like there's any reason why we shouldn't at least talk about it as a council and see if there's anything that can be tweaked after the learning experience from people like Chair DeAracle over the last couple of years. I too really appreciate the CMAB's recommendations. That was a really good letter to get, and I appreciate how thoughtfully you've been approaching the work that you've done over the last couple of years. Please keep it up. Those are really good emails to get. And then this is possibly my fault for missing my agenda review, but I'm not quite sure what the scope of the study session next week is for parks. If it's depending on what it is, I want to make sure I can get it out to enough residents and make sure we get lots of community input. I don't know. I've been debating about whether or not to respond to some of the comments about Measure K, but to be clear and set the record straight, developers did not give me thousands of dollars. I did not pay anyone to cure votes. I walked around and made sure that people who had voted actually had their votes counted, which is part of our democratic right. And in many instances, there were funky things that happens with ballots where the registrar voter wants you to go back and get something re-signed to make sure that a vote actually counts. So if you voted and your vote didn't count, we're not doing a good job by you in terms of democracy. So I was glad to go back and run around and talk to a couple hundred people about how they needed to re-sign their ballot. And I'd do it again. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. So now from District 6, Mayor Pro Tem Jeff Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Happy New Year, everyone. I guess the benefit of being the penultimate speaker is you guys have covered most of it. So it seems like my colleagues have taken a very hard look, like I have, at what we have done in the last year and what we have before us. I will reiterate very briefly, because I think it's worth mentioning that we have a long list of projects, and we're going to have to prioritize. So inclusionary housing ordinance, rezoning per our housing element, establishing a work program and schedule for Fairview Development Center master planning, maybe some preliminary scoping of corridor plans. I don't know if Councilmember Marty mentioned a ADU ordinance amendments. You did? Okay, good. I know the Planning Commission heard that back in October, so I want to make sure that gets back to council quickly. Permit parking is coming up tonight. We'll be talking a little bit about that. Gee, you guys covered everything. District specific, you know, at the end of last year, there was a tragic fire at a home at Eldon and Del Mar. It's still pretty burnt out, and I'd like to know, staff, what we can do about securing that property, either working with the owner or if there's something the city can do itself. It's increasingly becoming, or I fear is going to become, an attractive nuisance, and I want to make sure that we do what we can there. And then lastly, well, maybe not lastly, I do want to thank Public Services for installing the signalized crosswalk at Tustin and Woodland. I know a lot of families with kids who go to school there have been asking for this for years, so I'm really glad that that's up and running. And lastly, I will talk about Measure K very briefly. I haven't said anything about it since the election. The only thing I do want to make clear is that it is literally a mandate. That is what was approved, an ordinance. And I understand how people don't feel like politically that's a mandate, but that is what is our law right now. So I look forward to building on the work that we're planning on doing. As I mentioned, we've got a ton of projects, a ton of programs. And at the heart of it, as Mr. Vucevic pointed out earlier today, it's about housing. And we do need, in any way, shape, or form, more housing. More is better right now. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, council. Thank you to the public for all your comments. I want to go reach back into last year and thank the staff for the wonderful job they did executing Snoopy House. I spent a good amount of time there on the 20th and the 21st of December, where I was, I mean, I think I can probably say it, I was the big guy in the red suit, you know, took over 400 pictures. It's really quite something every year to do that, and to see all of the staff that worked so hard, from our Public Works Department, our Parks Department, of course, and our City Manager's Department, and then everybody else who contributed. People had a great time, and people come up to me and thank me for that all the time. So thank you very much for all the work that you did. I'm intrigued by the comment by one of the public commenters about the dog park, because there's been a lot of discussion about the dog park. I remember Iggy used to come up and talk about the dog park, and then we were going to do some work to the dog park, and I'm not, honestly, I'm not sure where we're at with that. So I'd be really interested in figuring out where we are at with our efforts to put grass or otherwise improve the dog park. I still can't read my own writing, even though I'm 60 years old. 60 years old, I can't read my writing. I don't know what this says. Oh yeah, no, I was going to say something about the gentleman who spoke about Shalimar, but I think that's already been covered by other council members. I thought it was a great idea. Ms. Tanaka mentioned replacing one trip a week with a car trip with either a bike or a walking or a bus. I did notice that she didn't offer to go with us on a bus trip. Should she do that too? I don't know. But it occurred to me, so I'm thinking about that in my mind, and I live over by Balearic Park, and I just think how very inaccessible that area of the city is to like the commercial area, just in terms of it would take a long way for me to walk to a commercial area. It would be a treacherous bike ride, and then I suppose it would be easier on the bus, but as she points out, I'd have to wait a long time and I have no place to sit. So it was really food for thought. By contrast, the place where I work, that's where I'm going to employ that, and it's much easier. That's on Anton. And it's on Anton, and sometimes I'll drive my car. It's kind of embarrassing. I'll drive my car over to the Outpost kitchen, and I could easily walk to the Outpost kitchen. Things like that, I think I could do easily and pick up some extra steps. And it's also, it got me thinking, and I swear I was listening to everybody while I was thinking about what Jen Tanaka said, but how much easier it is to move around an area like South Coast Metro as opposed to Mesa Verde, and how I think we really need to rethink our, whether our values are exactly right. In other words, if we want a walkable community, if we want a community where people can get around, we have to really be able to embrace those communities. And we have them right here. I mean, that's the irony, I think. We talk about Measure K. The irony of the pushback for Measure K is we have I'll call it high density, multi-use area in our city that functions absolutely marvelously. And I know that it functions marvelously because I spend more time there than I do in my home in Mesa Verde, at least more waking hours. And so I just think we need to open up our minds. I got nothing against, I love Mesa Verde, I love the area where I live. I've lived there for 23 years. But there's a lot to be said for that type of accessibility and being able to walk around and not having to get in the car just to, get something at CVS. And of course I could go to CVS, but I have to go to Santa Ana, and I would never do that. Let's see. Oh, one last thing. So, and this has kind of come up implicitly by some of the comments that we've heard, and I have asked the city manager to address this, and I'm going to ask the council and staff to participate in good faith and goodwill with together on this. And I think my view as the mayor is that the area I'd really like us to improve on, and I'm not saying that we're failing on it, I'm saying there's room for improvement, is this thing that we see so much in these comments, and that is improve our responsiveness to people in the community who have a concern, who have a question, who want to engage us with some issue, like the issue about institutional ownership of housing or property, whatever that is. Can they come and contact us? Do they have access to us? When they access us, is there some expectation for how we respond to them and how quickly we respond to them? How do we get them connected with staff in a way that's best for the staff and best for the community? And how do we follow up? If I leave after 2 years as the mayor, and I leave and they say, what did he ever do as the mayor? And it said, he turned the city of Costa Mesa into the #1 customer service city council in all of Orange County that gets back to people as people come up and say, I'm very impressed by how you got back to us and how the staff got back to us. I would be really proud of that. and if I do nothing else. And I'll let everybody else work on all the housing and everything else. But the customer service, so I really want to work on that, and that's something that's going to be an initiative that I'm going to push forward with the city manager. That's all I have. City manager, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Just had a couple of updates. First, Happy New Year to everyone. We're so excited to start 2023 with a lot of great projects on tonight's agenda. We're really excited about this agenda that we're bringing forward and all of the great progress that we're making in many different areas, including active transportation. So we're really looking forward to discussing that more. I also wanted to echo the comments by the mayor regarding Snoopy House. It's our first meeting since we've had Snoopy House. So I just wanted to thank all the staff that made that happen. We got a lot of compliments this year on Snoopy House, how we've just taken the event to a whole new level. All of the new amenities for families and their children. It's one of our, I mean, it really is our flagship event. And just wanted to thank Jason Minter for leading that effort from Parks and Community Services, Monique Villasenor, Tiana Johnson, as well as other staff from Parks and Community Services. Danny Hohola and his maintenance crews did a spectacular job refreshing the sets and creating new, beautiful A-line roof structures for the sets, which we'd never had before. And so, you know, we're just really excited that we can maintain these sets. Every year, they give them a fresh coat of paint. They do a lot of repair. These sets are very, very old, decades old, made out of wood. And the staff just does a great job of making sure that we have these beautiful sets for everybody to enjoy. And then from the city manager's office, Alma Reyes, Francine Jimenez, Sergio Escobar, Hadassah Jacker, Evis Torres, Jeff Trujillo, and our audio-visual crew. Hopefully you saw the great video of all the families having a great time at Snoopy House. And so we look forward to many, many more years of Snoopy House. Big bow again next year on top of City Hall. People love that. The wreath, the poles along the street, which was quite an effort to get that done, but a lot of coordination with Southern California Edison on that, but really, really happy with how Snoopy House turned out. So thanks to the staff for a great job there. We also just launched our new website, and we've been getting a lot of great feedback from the community and residents on our new website. This design we've been working on for some time. It adheres to best industry practices and has a beautiful design at the same time. We're currently working out some bugs that have been brought to our attention. And of course, with the new web launch, that's going to happen. So we'll strive to be better there every day. But special thanks to our website coordinator, Arzo Azad, and the webpage committee, who worked for months on this project. I was very personally involved. I drove them crazy with a lot of feedback on how to change things and how to improve things. But I'm just glad that it's been received very positively from the community. So great job there to the team. Regarding the visioning that is ever present on our minds and in our conversations, we will be having a special study session just on that topic. This is going to be one of the most important initiatives that we embark on for many, many years. I mean, in the next decade, that's going to be the results of this visioning will really create the landscape of what Costa Mesa will be in the future as we accommodate additional plans for housing. And so we are going to bring forward to you a date for a study session so that we can really have a good conversation on that and a whole communication plan where we'll have community meetings, et cetera, and a lot of input. So we understand we need to have a robust process. We're committed to that. We're actually very excited about that. We'll obviously need some help to achieve that, but that is at the forefront of our minds. And so trust that we've been talking about it and we'll be bringing something forward, and we're really excited to move forward with that. I think the community input will be instrumental, and it'll really help to guide all of our efforts as we move through the process. I did wanted to respond to a couple of things. The Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee has met with staff to address some of the concerns that have been raised here on the floor. And so I will provide an update to both Council Members Reynolds and Marr on the efforts there. And then we can talk about if you still like to continue with a session here on the floor. We have explored ways to make sure that we can do all of the other work that Development Services is tasked with and also manage cannabis. Putting together a new program has been very time consuming, and so given the feedback that we've gotten on that, We have some plans that we've worked with the ad hoc committee to kind of make sure that we have staff resources to do all of the great work around visioning and our other major projects. So I'll bring you up to speed on that as well. On, let's see, Shalimar Park, thank you, Councilmember Chavez, for your comments. I know that we'll be getting together soon with the chief and also with Councilmember Reynolds to talk about just how can we improve our service delivery to the community. I know that we had the landmark agreement with Soy put forward, but there's much more that we can do. And so we want to make sure that we have enough resources. We'll look at the mobile rec. I know that it has been out there in the past. My guess is that we probably, on the mobile rec side, we've been having staffing shortages in parks and community services. So you'll see in probably a meeting or two, we'll be bringing forward some changes to the compensation there to be able to hire. And so at $15 an hour, we're not getting many takers. And so we have a lot of part-time positions that we need to fill. We're going to bring that to you to see if we can increase that a bit and then get some staff that can actually help with all of these different programs. Tennis Center RFP, I believe that's still on track. I know that we got a lot of great interest and questions from potential vendors, and so Jason and Carol and the finance team worked on responses to that, which were distributed Friday, and so I believe that we're still on track so far on the Tennis Center. And regarding the fly field, we concur it's probably a good idea for us to bring that back on the floor as we've been talking to the regulatory agencies on a number of issues. There are some other variables that I think it's important for us to discuss and you kind of do that weighing of options from a public policy standpoint. And so we have additional information that was not presented last year, which we've been talking about internally, and so we'll be very happy to bring that back. And let's see, what else do I have? At the strategic planning retreat, when we have it here in this first quarter, it'll be great to get feedback on all of these priorities. There are a number of projects that are still, that we're still working on, that are still projects in progress, and it'll be very important for us to understand from you, or in our council, and from the public that participates in that day-long retreat, what the priorities are and, what it is that you want us to continue to focus on, and if anything there needs to change. And so looking forward to getting that done. And I think that was everything. I have a couple more that I'll look into before I respond, just to make sure I'm not giving bad information. But overall, just excited to start the new year. And I wanted to just close with a quote. Given all the comments, this is from Brian Tracy. Any great achievement is preceded by many difficulties and many lessons. Great achievements are not possible without them. So I just continue to ask, our community, our council for grace and patience as we implement some of these major initiatives, new projects, revisioning of so many different areas. Obviously, housing is a major effort, and implement new programs that we've never implemented before, and really start to change the way that we do business in government. And to your point, Mayor, yes, we always strive to be super responsive, and we'll continue to work on that. And any feedback that we get, we always appreciate. Thank you.
Who is the quote from?
Brian Tracy.
Brian Tracy. Thank you. Okay, so city attorney report?
No report this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Well done. Okay, so we'll go on to the consent calendar. Consent calendar items are considered routine and will be acted upon on one motion unless a council member, a staff member, or a member of the public pulls the item. And then we have a recusal and that Councilmember Gameros wants to express.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure that I disclose I'll have to recuse myself on the Priceless Pets check register, as my wife is employed by them and we have a city contract with them.
Okay, that'll be noted. And then I have to recuse from the same item, number 3, due to campaign contributions. And then I think that's good. So we have item number 11 has been pulled, correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and item number 9 has also been pulled by a member of the public.
Okay, so 9 and 11 have been pulled, so
Mr.
I'll
Mayor?
take, yes.
Sorry, I'll fill the gap in there. I'd like to pull item number 10.
All right, there we go. So I'll entertain a motion on the balance.
Move the balance.
Okay, move the balance. Councilmember Mar, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan is second. Let's call for the question.
Remember, it all has to be by.
By voice vote, right.
Yes. Thank you.
Go ahead.
And so Councilmember Chavez? Yes. Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper? Yes. Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds? Mayor Pro Tem Harlan? Yes. Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Excellent. Okay, now let's just go in numerical order, beginning with number 9.
Okay, let me read that title, please. Number 9 is the Southern California Edison Rule 20B Preliminary Design and Engineering Agreement for utility undergrounding along Adams Avenue. And this item was pulled by a member of the public.
Okay, and so then unless there's any council members that wish to ask any questions about this, we'll just open it up to public comment. Take your time.
Good evening,
Yes,
Council.
sir.
Good evening, Council. I'll make it brief. I just hope that in the necessary undergrounding for these utilities, looks like $130,000 going towards the planning of this, that when we do eventually tear up that road, that we do restripe it according to the active transportation plan. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. So anybody else? Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Closed public comment. I made the motion. Can I get to approve? Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Chavez. I just want to say one real quick thing before we vote on it. Maybe some of the other council members have a comment, but this is really great because the community, I said I live in the Balearic area, that community has been waiting for this project for, I don't know, 20 years. And this shows that it's starting to happen. And so thank you very much for bringing this forward. I'm happy to make the motion and support this project. Do you have anything, Councilmember Chavez?
No.
Okay, let's call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Councilmember Mar? Councilmember Harper? Yes. Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harlan?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, number 10 was pulled by Mayor Pro Tem Harlan.
Okay, just 1 minute. Continue this. Okay. A little bit more when you do it. Number 10 is the Residential Permit Parking Program, Permit Management System.
So I pulled this not because of the recommendation, which I support. I just wanted some clarification about the timing, because the staff report says that even though we approved this at council almost nearly 7 months ago, only now are we starting to do an evaluation of the permit parking zone. So can you, staff, give me some clarification about the 3 phases and what reevaluation actually means relative to the existing permit parking zones?
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, this is the reevaluation is to just make sure that when the new permit parking program is initiated, the residents still support having that permit parking in that area, in their area. Because we are instituting changes to the program, which includes fees. We are adding fees to the program. So sometimes some residents may not want to be part of this anymore. So we just want to make sure that the neighborhoods that we already have permit parking do continue to want them. So it's not that we are taking away, but we want to make sure that they still want them.
Right. So my question is, can't that process be done concurrent with the neighborhoods that want new permit parking? It looks like it's sequential here. Like we go through that evaluation, and then starting in July would be for new permit parking. I don't see where where it has to follow in that, unless there's some volume of permit parking that I'm completely unaware of.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, that's exactly the reason why we have quite a few permit parking areas out there. We have approximately, I think, 3,000 some permits that were issued. So we want to make sure that we are methodical in going through the process. So getting through the ones that already are approved, we want to get them reapproved and into the new program, and then start the new ones after that.
And so what does that reevaluation process look like if there's 3,000 permits? Is it a mailer to every permit holder? Is it a community meeting? What's the avenue to engage the permit holders?
It's all of the above. I can even have Ms. Rosales come and talk on this too. But we are planning to have community meetings too, followed by mailers. So, Ms. Rosales?
Yes, that's correct. Just to add a little bit more, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, the first phase is would be looking at renewals of those residential permit areas that have identified as external impacts, so being impacted by other cities or commercial areas for those areas that already have permits. And working with the consultant, we were identifying dates starting in February for those public outreach. So that would entail sending mailers to everyone on those streets of residential permit streets to invite them to the community neighborhood meetings, as well as social media posts as well, and inviting everyone to those community meetings. And then, but they'd be focused on those areas to begin with, and then phase 2 would be focused on the next set of areas, and again, mailers sent out. And then phase 3 is, we have an ongoing list of streets that have already contacted us requesting to be added to the program. So.
Okay, so my question is, can new applicants put in their application, get that paperwork in earlier so that the processing begins in July? My concern is that it will have been a year at that point. It's a very long time period. I know a number of people have, talked to us about this in public hearings. I just don't want to hold it up any more than it needs to be. But at the same time, I recognize this should be done as efficiently as possible. And then my second question, and I'll be done, is the recommended approval tonight, is that necessary for processing these applications?
Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, to answer your question, is anyone can put in their application to be added to that list now, and as it gets closer, they can join any of the community meetings, outreach meetings for the existing ones, and then start to get that information as well. And then in July, we'll already have their names and their lists, and already be getting that outreach out to them prior to that point. For this specific agenda item, the permit management system, there's quite a long time frame to build that permit system program. So when streets are approved and into the new program, residents can go in and start actually putting their driver's license information in, their registration in, but it takes a while for that system to be built in the software system as well, and to be compatible with the police system.
So, okay, one last question, I promise. So provided we approve this tonight, when can that system be operational?
Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, the idea is, provided that it is approved tonight, that it would be operational by the time we have the first phase going through that renewal process, and those in the first phase would be, we've found that it's going to take at least 3 months to get that, so we're pushing them to try to get 2 months for the permit management system to be built. So there is quite a bit of time for that system to be built by the computer programmers.
Okay, so that's April thereabouts?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so let's, those are all your questions. Let's open it up for public comment. Does anybody wish to comment on this? I don't see anybody coming from the chambers. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Okay, I'll entertain a motion. Councilman Chavez, move to approve?
Yeah.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Mar. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper? Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds? Mayor Pro Tem Harlan?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Harper voting no.
All right, moving on to number 11 in the consent calendar.
Okay, just 1 minute, let me. Okay, thank you. Item number 11 is the Fairview Road active transportation improvements, and this was pulled by Councilmember Mar.
Okay, Councilmember Mar, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Setharaman, I mean, this is a really exciting project for all of those not aware. Fairview is actually much wider than it needs to be, with 3 lanes of traffic going in each direction. I lived on the corner of Fair and Fairview for almost 5 years, and I will tell you, other than the brief period during the fair, Fridays and Saturdays, the road is never busy between Wilson and Fair. And so we're looking at the potential for including a lane dedicated to active transportation, as well as something that comes up all the time with College Park residents is the ability to cross somewhere between Wilson and Fair. So, you know, one of the questions I know I'm going to get immediately is where we think that pedestrian crossing might be. So that's my first question for you. Do you have any idea what vicinity we're looking in?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Mar, we are very excited about this project. We will be designing active transportation improvements in this section of Fairview between Newport and Fair Drive. And the crosswalk will be in between Wilson and Fair Drive. It's going to be a hawk beacon signal crosswalk. So it'll be protected, so vehicles have to stop when it's activated. And it's right, we're locating it at this point. The design will work on that, but it sits somewhere by the Monticello community driveway there.
Okay. Yeah, that was kind of my next thing is I just wanted to make sure, I saw in the scope of work that the contractor is obligated to meet with the Active Transportation Committee. That's important. Brief City Council, also important, and then conduct 1 community meeting. And I would just ask that we invited more than just sort of our standard number of folks, given that for me, this is really key back to this earlier conversation about 1 trip that you could bike or walk. I know a lot of College Park families that live on the south side of College Park, so south of Fair, would love to be able to get to the other side and vice versa. That was good for both Costa Mesa High School and for Costa Mesa or College Park Elementary. Could I ask that we invite College Park South, Monticello, and the Fairview Village communities to whatever community meeting that we have, even if it exceeds the radius?
Yes, Councilmember Mar, we'll definitely invite as many as we really it's a citywide meeting, so
yeah.
We will be noticing it widely in social media and other posts, and we'll try to accommodate as many as we can in our mailings.
Okay, yeah, I'd really like to put a special emphasis on making sure College
Yes.
Park folks can go. So maybe we could host the meeting at College Park Elementary or something to make sure that we're in that part of the community. Okay, and then the last question I had for you was, are we coordinating with the Orange County Fair at all? Because that is the only problem, right? Is you actually, if you're riding your bike up Fairview, you hit Fair, you cross the street, and then all of a sudden the sidewalk's super narrow. There's the berm where the fair is, but there's also trees and utility poles that, I've dodged around while riding my bike on the sidewalk. So how can we make the fair side of things a little bit easier so we don't run into that?
Councilmember Mar, we had that discussion with the committee also about the scope of the project. Our current budget and the current approval for the project is to go up to Fair Drive, but definitely that's the next phase of the project is to work with Fair, OC Fair, our police department, and other stakeholders to see what we can do moving it further up. And then there are opportunities, there are ways to do it. So but it'll be a lot more involved with more stakeholders.
Yes and no. I also feel like during the fair is a good opportunity to test out some of these things. And so to the extent we could even get the fair to do any kind of, ramping over that berm, so you could be on the fair side of the parking lot. That was part of the challenge when we used to live on that corner, right? Is like you got to diagonally cut across the entire parking lot of the fair, or like walk down fair. And anyway, so that whole area just strikes me as somewhere where we really could be living out a lot more of our active transportation goals if we just made some small tweaks and coordinated better. So I have a call out to the fair actually to like meet with them about kind of first of the year goals, and that's something that I'd like to pursue a little bit more aggressively. So, okay, that was all I had. Thank you.
All right, so we'll open up for public comment, but I don't see anybody coming to the, oh, here we go. We have a customer.
Mayor, I had a couple.
I'm sorry. Did you have questions?
I was standing back so you didn't see me.
No.
Trying to get my steps in on my Fitbit here.
Okay.
I appreciate the comments from Councilmember Mar. There was a really robust discussion at the Active Transportation Committee meeting about that, and we understand sort of the constraints of this particular project in terms of incorporating that design, but there was a lot of discussion about closing that connection both to the fairgrounds and also to Costa Mesa High School and the Arlington Parkway. Just wanted to add to the radar sort of the other end of that project too. If you go a block the other way, we're talking about getting across the 55 and an opportunity to create an east-west connection, which could be huge in terms of Eastsiders getting to the fairgrounds, right, and getting to some of those other facilities. So just want to share that conversation is happening. I think it's great to engage in the fair right away. I ran into Michelle Richards at some point and just mentioned that we might be talking to her soon. So better to start that conversation early just so she's aware of it. And they're doing a lot of site plan stuff too. Just wanted to share that the committee and staff had those discussions. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council and Mr. Mayor. Happy New Year to everybody. Appreciate the discussion on this project. This is great. The Active Transportation Plan, which was approved in mid-2018, talked about some existing infrastructure and the importance of that existing infrastructure related to corridors, the important corridors. Those corridors, they mentioned 4 of them, moving from east to west: Santa Ana Avenue, Fairview, Newport Boulevard, and Placentia. 2 of those, coincidentally, are on the agenda for tonight, Fairview and Placentia. So this project, as mentioned, is between Fair Drive going south to Newport Boulevard. As the councilwoman mentioned, it's 6 lanes. Plan is to take a lane on either side and make a dedicated Class 4 bike lane, which would be basically replicate what was installed on Merrimack a year ago or so. So buffer zone, some bollards, much safer for cyclists, and as mentioned, there will be a planned crosswalk somewhere between Midway or somewhere between Fair Drive and Wilson. So that's all good stuff. It mentions that those 4 corridors are important to the infrastructure, but they also need improvement. So I'm really glad that this is going to be improved. This section of Fairview Drive, is going to be improved, as well as I want to take this opportunity to talk about Placentia also. That's on the agenda, as I mentioned, to improve Placentia, basically for the length from Adams down to 15th Street, which I think is the city limits, where it butts up against with Newport Beach. Bollards from Adams to Estancia High School, which would be a big improvement. Currently there's a buffer zone there, but add bollards. Hopefully a lot of more kids could be riding their bikes to Estancia from the Mesa Verde area where the mayor lives. And then improving south of the high school, improving the sidewalks all the way down again to the city limit, and then planting, I think Public Service mentioned about 40 trees along that stretch of Placentia. So a huge improvement to Placentia, and this would be a huge improvement to Fairview. Again, Fair South. The challenge is going to be improving Fairview north of Fair Drive, because then you've got talked about the fair, you've got the high school, you've got OCC. But do this south part first, south of Fair first, see how that works out, and then we'll work on north of Fair Drive after that. So this is a great job, a great project, both of them, both Fairview and Placentia. I hope you approve both of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
This is just super cool. I like it a lot. So that's mostly what I have to say. Yeah, I like the bike lane. I like the bus bulb. Like that's just cool. That's just awesome. Like to be seeing that in our city. Fairview is a really important busway in terms of the OCTA bus network. So I feel like appreciating that as such with our plan here is important recognition. I think Councilmember Marr brings up great points about like part of the sidewalk being a little having some issues there. I remember that I was biking back home from a CMABS meeting, and there was like a utility box right in the center of the sidewalk, to the point that I couldn't bike on it, and I only felt safe biking on the sidewalk, let alone like getting a wheelchair through. It's really worrying there. So I just want to bring that to the council's attention and the staff's attention. And I think the only other thing I'll say is that I for that hawk signal, I think Dartmouth Place might be the place to do it. I was been looking at it a lot in terms of accessibility to the school, in terms of potentially like having a more walkable community for the folks at the apartment complex across the street. I think that might be one of the areas to do that. But obviously there's going to be probably a process. But I think encouraging, thinking about Dartmouth potentially as a walkthrough is an interesting way. Right now, I think there's trees, but it's actually, it isn't walled off. So I think that might be an avenue to look at. And there's also bus stops there too. So I think in doing this hawk signal, not thinking of just the pedestrian connectivity, but also thinking of the pedestrian connectivity to multimodal transportation options like buses and bikes. So that's all I have to say. Great job. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
I've lived in College Park for 52 years and have walked Fairview all those years. My husband Joe and I used to tandem cycle on Fairview. When I became a member of the Active Transportation Committee, I did my own personal walk audit between Wilson all the way up to Arlington, all the way up to Baker, and back on the other side of Fairview, and I took a lot of pictures and presented a slideshow to the Active Transportation Committee. That was around 4 years ago. So yes, it is high time to improve Fairview from Fair Drive north to Adams. It's all those utility boxes, all those light poles do not serve a good purpose for pedestrians or cyclists on the sidewalk. The actual bike path on both sides of Fairview between Fair and Adams are nothing but a gutter. They're poorly marked, they're dangerous. I now have an e-trike, and I have ridden that section of Fairview a couple of times, but let me tell you, I was scared shitless while I was doing it. So I highly recommend Public Works start looking seriously at improving biking and walking on Fairview between Fair and Adams. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just going to add another CMAB's voice to support this project. I'm so glad it actually got pulled from the consent calendar so we can quickly talk about it. This is an incredible project, and I was so excited to open up the plan and to see what was in the agenda for it. And I think it's going to be transformative for Fairview. It's another, it's one of those corridors that are all too common in Orange County where everyone has put walls up across their yards because they are very rightfully concerned that a car will probably careen into it, and if you look, there's probably a strike or two that you can notice. This will change that radically. Just putting more space between travel lanes, putting in the bus islands is amazing, and I think it's going to be such a wonderful statement for the city. One reason people come to Costa Mesa, maybe for the first time, is to visit the fair, and so they may see this and be like, "Wow, this is incredible! Like we don't see this anywhere else in Orange County." So great job, and I'm really excited. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Yes,
Good
sir.
evening, Mayor and City Council members. I also would like to lend my voice to this project. I think it's a fantastic project. Kudos to the staff for finding this opportunity for such a showcase project. I think the visual impact of this project will hopefully build consensus and more public outcry for more of such projects. I also would like to challenge the City Council and the staff in the coming year to tackle the hard parts. I think that one of the elements that we've touched on today, that this is a project that has ends. It dumps people in some very interesting locations. Right at the 55 and Fairview is a horrible place. I've tried to do that on my bicycle. Let's put some effort, let's put some money, let's give the staff the resources they need to tackle the hard parts of the project. For instance, it would be ideal if with this project we could have had a 30% design for that element right by the fairgrounds, the north part of Fairview. Not the full project, not the full design, but something that we could go to the fair and talk with, to OCC to talk with, and the school district to talk about. There are a lot of stakeholders there. Let's not miss the opportunity to tackle the hard stuff this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Cynthia McDonald, please.
Ms. McDonald, you have the floor.
Good evening again. Back in 2013, when we were working on the general plan update, was the first time that I recall hearing about the possibility of this project. And it was Mr. Setharaman who brought it up. I believe he was transportation services manager back then. So it's been a while, but he said, look, I think we can put a road diet at the end of Fairview. And I thought, wow, what a fabulous idea. So I have to thank him for that idea and for making this come to fruition. But we don't want it to be the bridge to nowhere. We do need to tackle the problem of getting over the 55 and also, you know, connecting with Arlington, connecting with Merrimack. Those are important connections in the grid. So I support this and thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else?
David Martinez, please.
Mr. Martinez, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just also would like to lend my support for this project. As a former student at College Park Elementary, at Costa Mesa Middle and High School, it was very rare that I ever biked or walked to school because of how dangerous Fairview Road was, and I guess still is. So I think that this project is a great opportunity, and the preliminary designs are looking very promising towards being able to really make this street a safe place for students, for bus riders, for anyone who's going to be using the street. It looks very promising. I'm very excited to see what the engineers come up with for final designs. And I'm also very excited for future projects to get us over the 55 and to continue on Fairview to reach OCC and CMHS. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Let's close public comment and then we'll entertain a motion. Motion by Councilmember Marr, seconded by Councilmember Chavez. Motion to approve.
I'll move to approve. I just want to say one additional thing. I don't know that this would have been entirely feasible if this was 4 years ago and we were still seeing 55,000 trips to the fair during the summer. I think part of the reason this works and why I'm not worried about fair backup traffic is because the fair has taken on their new model of limiting attendance basically and recognizing that they make more money when there's less crowds for beer. So I think this is all part of the same ecosystem in that part of town. And so, you know, we need to also be encouraging and helpful and recognize that we wouldn't be able to do some of these projects were it not for the stakeholders the gentleman mentioned. Thank you.
All right, great. Let's call for the question.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez? Yes. Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper? Yes. Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Harlan? Yes. Mayor Stevens?
Yes?
Motion carries 7-0.
Great. And with that, let's take a 15-minute break and come back at 8:40. 8:40. All right, wonderful. Thank you. We're back. Now, we solved that problem, but now we need our clerk back. So, okay, everything's clicking right in place.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on video. Madam Clerk, please call the public hearing item.
Thank you. This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Section 3-151 of Chapter 6 to Title 3, Animal Regulations of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code relating to appeals from action of the police chief. Presentation by Mr. Preziosi, Assistant City Attorney.
Mr. Preziosi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is staff-initiated code cleanup regarding the issuance of animal permits and appeals from issuance of animal permits. The chief of police is the officer of the city who issues or denies animal permits for special permits for keeping of chickens, fowl, other non-domesticated animals, or certain prohibited animals. The existing section requires that the appeals go from the chief of police to the city council. This revision would make the appeals from the chief of police decision to issue or deny a permit go directly to the city manager. The city manager would be the final authority and issue the final decision. The intent of this is to streamline the code, to make this code consistent with other decisions by other junior officers, make them, or junior to the city manager, make the city manager the final appellate authority for efficiency on minor permits, such as animal control permits. This doesn't change or amend the other appellate provisions of the city, except that the intent of this ordinance is to make the chief of police, to make the city manager the final appellate authority, so that appeals of animal permits would not be subject to the normal appellate rules that are found in Title II of the Municipal Code. If you have specific questions regarding the permitting process in general for animal permits, Chief of Police is present to answer any questions if needed.
Any questions, council? I have a question. I'm just curious. Two quick questions. How common is it in Costa Mesa to get a chicken permit? Actually, there's three questions. How common is it to get a chicken permit? How prevalent is it? What is entailed in getting a chicken? We'll call it a chicken permit. Other fowl would be considered. And then also, how prevalent is it for people to have chickens that don't, unpermitted chickens, let's say?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'll take those one at a time, sir. In the almost year and a half that I've been your police chief, we've received one application for chickens. The process includes us surveilling the neighbors, the immediate neighbors, to ensure there's no concerns with noise, smells, annoyances, that type of thing. Because the last thing we want to deal with is a neighborhood dispute now over chickens or other animals. And then the last part of your question was,
how prevalent it is for there to be, to your knowledge, if you have not such knowledge, unpermitted chicken habitation in the city?
I'm not aware of any in my tenure since I've been here, but that's not to say that hasn't happened.
All right. Okay, you answered the questions beautifully. You have.
I'm trying not to do a horrible pun with this, but I will refrain. No. I think the answer is a big egg for this, but more importantly, how many permits have ever been appealed?
That is a good question. The one that I'm aware of that I denied did not get appealed.
Okay.
Ultimately.
All right. Thank you.
And to the city manager, are you comfortable being the Supreme Court of chicken permits? Yes? Okay. If there's no other question, we'll open it up for public comment. And yeah, nobody imitate a chicken, okay? So English words, yes.
I have a personal relationship with 2 chickens in Eastside Costa Mesa. I will not reveal their location. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Good. Okay, anybody on Zoom that wants to talk about this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll close public comment and entertain a motion.
I'll move staff recommendation.
Motion by Councilmember Chavez and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Harlan. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember Gamaros?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper? Yes. Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Harlan?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
I should have said cluck once for yes and cluck twice for no. Yeah. Okay. Now I think we're moving on to new business item number 1.
Thank you. This is the award of the Placencia Avenue, West 19th Street, and East 17th Street pavement rehabilitation, bicycle facility, and striping improvements project, city project number 22-08. Presentation by Mr. Seth Rahman, Public Works Director, and Mr. Yang, City Engineer.
Gentlemen, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, we are really excited about this project. Actually, this one and the next one too. Combined, we are proposing almost $3.5 million worth of improvements to the city. And, over the past many years, we have implemented many agro-transportation projects, like the award-winning Merrimack Way, Harbor Cornerstone Trail, Arlington Bike Trail, and the Bristol Street Class 4 cycle tracks. Now, while we did all these projects, we were able to do these projects without much impact to the other vehicles motoring traffic. Now we are pushing the envelope a little bit with this project, with these 2 projects actually. Placencia Avenue by narrowing lanes significantly to accommodate buffered bike lanes, and on West 19th Street by changing the configuration of the roadway to provide bike lanes. But we are really excited about this and the opportunities that these create for agro transportation. And I appreciate the work that's done by our team, Public Works team here, led by Jennifer Rosales, Transportation Manager, and Sung Yang, our City Engineer, and Agro Transportation Coordinator, Brett Atencio Thomas. And also the work that's, the input that we have from our Agro Transportation Committee. We have many meetings with them on these projects. We had community outreach meetings too. And the result of that is what's in front of you. And with that, I'll have Mr. Yang start the presentation, and he'll be supported by Brett Atencio Thomas and Ms. Rosales.
Thank you, Mr. Seth Rahman. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and honorable members of the City Council, good evening. My name is Sung Yang, your City Engineer with the Public Works Department. It's our pleasure to present to you this evening the Placencia Avenue, West 19th Street, and East 17th Street pavement rehabilitation, bicycle facility, and striping improvements project. City Project number 22-08. So a brief project overview and scope of work for this interesting project. First of all, it is a project that's encompassing new signing, striping, bicycle facility improvements on Placentia Avenue from the limits of Adams Avenue towards West 16th Street, and also West 19th Street from Sundance Drive to Pomona Avenue. In addition to that, there will be street rehabilitation and repavements along East 17th Street between Fullerton Avenue and Newport Boulevard. And afterwards, I'll defer to Mr. Brett Thomas, our Active Transportation Coordinator, for the rest of the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Honorable Council. As mentioned, this project has two elements that I will be discussing before I hand it back over to Mr. Yang. The first element of the project is Placentia Avenue improvements. The limits of this project are from Adams Avenue in the north to the southern city limits at 16th Street. This project was relatively well vetted through our Active Transportation Committee and publicly. The project plans were provided to the Active Transportation Committee in June of last year. And importantly, we were actually able to work hand in hand with our Active Transportation Committee and perform a walk audit along two segments of this corridor. One of those walk audits was on June 20th of 2022, and the second walk audit was on June 21st of 2022. And as was mentioned earlier by a member of the public, we worked hand in hand with the Active Transportation Committee and gathered their input on the planting of 39 street trees that we've begun to plant, which is a really important element for pedestrian environments, to have that shade on the street and those vertical elements along the side of the roadway. The project benefits of this corridor go beyond street trees, of course. This is a new street pavement project which will improve drivability and really allow us to implement many of the active transportation elements, or excuse me, active transportation plan elements along this corridor. That includes enhanced bicycle facilities and markings and cycle tracks with K71 bollards, similar to what were recently implemented on Merrimack Way and on Bristol Street. You'll see those similar K71 bollards from along Placentia Avenue from Adams Avenue to Estancia High School, which will be a great opportunity for folks in the Mesa Verde area of the city to access Estancia High School within their district. This will also, along the corridor, you'll also see buffered bike lanes, green conflict zones, and green bicycle boxes, along with the implementation of high visibility pedestrian crossings. This is a sample of some of the work being done along the corridor by our team. This is K71 bollards through the Placentia Avenue area, which will actually look like to the photo to the right, which is Merrimack. So you'll see a lot of elements like that developed along the corridor. And right here, interestingly enough, we have a 444 crosswalk, which I know is a bit technical, but this is about as most advanced as you could get for high visibility crosswalks currently. As you move further down the corridor, this is a sample of what will be developed at Wilson Street and Placentia Avenue. This one I find really important. Having spent several times at Wilson Elementary for walk to school events, I think we all know that this is an intersection that sees a lot of folks crossing. So this is gonna be really great to have these high visibility crosswalks here, as well as buffered bike lanes with green conflict painting, which really tightens the roadway and provides a lot of separation between automobiles and pedestrians. And then also this part of the project will connect to an existing project that we've all seen under construction on Wilson Street and really allow for a really contiguous, succinct bicycle network, which is really important. The second element that I'll discuss today is West 19th Street improvements. The bounds of this particular project are from Pomona Avenue in the west, or excuse me, Pomona Avenue in the east to the western city limits at Sundance Drive. This one is another project that we had quite a bit of community outreach on. We had community meetings dating back to 2019 and again in October of 2021. And we've also worked with the Active Transportation Committee on this project, most recently in November 2021, April 2022, December 2022, and just at this last meeting in December 2023. And these project plans were also provided to the Active Transportation Committee for their review and input in July of 2022. This project benefits are similar to that of Placentia Avenue. They are new street pavement project to improve drivability and allow, again, for the implementation of active transportation plan elements along this particular corridor of 19th Street from Pomona Avenue to Sundance. That will include enhanced bicycle facilities and markings, modified striping, in particular on this project, which I'll show you here in a moment, is modified striping west of Federal Avenue to provide bike lanes, as well as buffered bike lanes, green conflict zone, and green bicycle boxes on other portions of the corridor, and again, the addition of high visibility pedestrian crossings. The project corridor again starts at Pomona Avenue, working its way westbound towards the western city limits, and where a current automobile lane on the northbound side tapers off at Placentia Avenue will now be tapered off at Pomona Avenue, which will allow us to implement a buffered bike lane with green conflict striping. As you move further west along the corridor at Placentia Avenue, this is what you will see here. Many of you have maybe seen the implementation of a bulb out at that intersection, which will be further enhanced by this project with more green conflict striping, green bicycle lanes, and the reduction of lane widths, as well as a bicycle box at the intersection of Placentia Avenue, which will allow folks traveling west along Placentia Avenue to transition to southbound, or excuse me, folks traveling west along 19th Street to transition to southbound Placentia Avenue and the bicycle facilities there that will be built that we were just discussing. As you continue further west, the existing configuration of 19th Street will be reconfigured to allow for the continuation of on-street parking, as well as new bike lanes along that corridor, and at Monrovia Avenue, high visibility crosswalks. And with that, I will hand it back to Mr. Yang.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. So the last portion of street improvement that this project will entail will be the East 17th Street improvement. The limits of this will be from Fullerton Avenue all the way to Newport Boulevard. So this portion of the project will be essentially street improvements and also renewed striping and markings throughout this short length of the project. So for East 70th Street, the benefits will include new street pavement to improve drivability and ultimately improving the city's pavement condition index, or otherwise known as PCI. And finally, in terms of the project information, the project bid opening was back on November 29th, 2022, and the low bid contractor was All American Asphalt with a bid amount of $2,745,547 and some change. And the estimated project completion in terms of construction will be this fall of 2023. So that concludes our presentation to the City Council. If there's any questions, staff here is more than happy to entertain. Thank you very much.
All right, excellent, thorough presentation. Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Councilmember Reynolds.
I'm not even sure you looked over here. You just assumed. Okay. Thank you for this, for the presentation and for these projects. Both are both on the west side are very exciting. For me in particular, the Placentia project, the length of that project is just fantastic in scale. And as we've talked about, these are routes to elementary schools, routes to high schools, routes to parks. So it's really going to be transformational in an area that already sees a lot of walking and biking activity, especially among our young people. And then the West 19th project is something that folks who live on that street have been asking for a long time in terms of reducing vehicle speeds, and that is a pedestrian priority area in our general plan. So I'm very, very, very excited about these projects. Just so folks know, I've had a chance to go through a long list of questions with staff, and I do want to run through some things that so maybe some last tweaks we can make or consider, and I just want to confirm what is or isn't feasible. If you can believe it, I came up with 2 questions that I forgot to ask in our previous meeting on this. One of them is, it occurred to me that at Estancia High School, Newport Mesa is going to be initiating their theater construction project, so I just want to make sure that we're coordinating that schedule with with them. My understanding is within a few months, they're going to start tearing up the parking lot there. So I'll let you, I know you coordinate really well with the staff there. Just want to make sure that that's on the radar. And then the other question was about I think it's the temporary traffic control piece during these projects. In the past, we've seen sometimes where a sidewalk gets blocked because of some of the construction, and I did see that there, in the contract, I think are some requirements for always maintaining a 4-foot wide pedestrian walkway. Are you concerned about any pedestrian blocks during the project, and do we have good ways to mitigate that?
Mr. Mayor, if I can answer that. Councilmember Reynolds, the concrete portion of the project is already implemented, so the sidewalks will be available for
Perfect.
All the time. Yeah.
Should have known that. Okay, great. Okay, so I will go step by step through a few questions, and let's start on Placentia, sort of starting at Estancia. So we've had a conversation before about the connection between Estancia and the Joanne Street Trail, and I really like the additional sort of signage and information to improve the crossing Placentia at Joanne Street. One of the things I'm a little bit concerned about is students on bike going in both directions in the bike lane there. So that was something that we talked about. I think you mentioned there might be a future project based on some strategies we discussed with, I think it was the Safe Truck Berkeley team. So you can just, that's a future project to sort of improve the southbound biking to get to the Joanne Street Trail from Estancia?
Yes, Councilmember Reynolds.
Okay.
Yeah, we will be doing a project or designing a project that will take that into account.
Great. I asked about additional bike boxes in the north and southbound lanes on Placentia at some intersections, and it sounded like that might be feasible. How would that work if we wanted to add some bike boxes where feasible? Is that something that you could look at in the final design and adjust within the contract parameters?
Yes, Councilmember Reynolds, yeah, we will evaluate and see the feasibility of adding bike boxes. Especially we want to make sure that they connect like bike facilities. So if it's a bike lane that's leading to another bike lane, yeah, that there's a feasibility to add bike boxes.
Okay. At Placentia and Congress, I asked if we could add a crosswalk there, and it sounded like that was feasible.
Yes.
Okay.
We will be adding that.
And a little bit further down, just as you're approaching the Placentia-Victoria intersection, for southbound cars on Placentia who want to turn right onto Victoria, there's always a little bit of a crowding there. And so there were two things I was concerned about. One is vehicles who are trying to get into that right turn lane blocking the bike lane. And then two, the resident who lives right there has said that sometimes cars will actually drive onto the curb to sort of get around cars and get into that right lane, which is obviously not ideal. So my understanding is you have a way to address that by adding a yield to bike sign on the curb, so it's both notifying drivers of the bike sign and preventing cars from driving on the curb. Is that something we can add?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. And at Victoria and Placentia, so same intersection, this big intersection, which I know that's a sort of a behemoth intersection. We can make sure that there's ladder crosswalks on all four legs.
Councilwoman Reynolds, yes, we will make sure,
okay.
yes.
Great, okay. And then I just want to highlight this because I think it's very exciting. The 20th Street crossing there is can be a little daunting at times, and so when I saw there was flashing lights, we're going to be installing flashing lights on the ground level. I'm really happy to see that, so I just want to highlight that part of that project. Okay, thank you. That's Placentia. A few things on West 19th. Just want to acknowledge, in case this might come up, we did talk about, through the design discussions, the feasibility of parking protected bike lanes. So instead of having sidewalk, parking, bike lane, driving lane, we would have sidewalk, bike lane, parking, driving lane. That would be very comfortable, but I understand that that's difficult and can create some hazards because of the number of driveways, right?
That's correct.
Okay. One thing I think maybe we can adjust is for the eastbound 19th Street lanes, so heading east towards Placentia, We have, for most of that stretch, that lane is 11 feet wide, and then it started to widen right as we got to the intersection. It sounds like we can keep that lane at 11 feet all the way to the Placentia intersection.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
We'll make that.
Great. I will be asking for those things that you've confirmed. Oh, okay. No, that's a different project. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other council members? Okay, let's open it up for public comment.
Uh, 2015, the Bikeway and Walkability Committee was formed, and at one of our first meetings, I made a statement to this effect: Costa Mesa is in the Stone Age when it comes to active transportation. Tonight, I am overwhelmed and thankful to Public Works and to staff and to council for this new vision for Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Council. I want to echo Flo Martin's comments on really all of the active transportation projects pursued. I want to just bring up some concerns, though. Well, first and foremost, I'm really impressed by Placentia. I think it's quite good, and I have not much to add on that. I do want to talk about 19th a little bit, and I want to kind of ask some questions and note some concerns. So some broad-based questions is I'm wondering if, and maybe the answer is yes, and because Newport Beach does what Newport Beach does, that didn't go anywhere, but if there was a conversation with the city of Newport Beach about the their little tiny sliver of 19th Street and about seeing if we could have some sort of connected bikeway there. Maybe that happened, maybe it didn't, but I'd just love to hear about that as a member of the public. I also wanted to really address probably my biggest concern about 19th Street, which is the I guess the closer to the east side of West 19th Street, where there's a variety of sharrows that looks like they're painted. You know, according to NACTA design guidebooks, we really don't want to be using sharrows on streets above 25 miles an hour. And to see this many, I think I find concerning based on existing design principles. And so I'd love to understand why these sharrows are there. I understand there's some space constraints, and so last time this project was proposed at the senior center, I did speak with Ramin at the time about, at the very least, if there was going to be sharrows, putting more of them so it mimicked a bike lane, even if it wasn't a formal bike lane. The standard, I believe, is the maximum spacing between sharrows is 250 feet, but that's the maximum. That's not the minimum. You can actually have more sharrows more closely aligned to actually mimic a bike lane. And the last thing, and I guess this is a broader point, I'm not going to hit public works staff. I think the city should be aware, is that I would call the in-and-out drive-through a nuisance to some extent. And I think we got to figure something out there. And yeah, and I do think about this. I think about this not just for in-and-out. I think about this for most drive-throughs, frankly, that have the volume that In-N-Out and Chick-fil-A and Raising Cane's do. And that we got to figure out something about the conflict areas there, because that's not just incredibly unsafe for bikers. It's also incredibly unsafe for drivers and pedestrians in that area as well. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Like I said, I really love Placentia, and you know, those are my comments on 19th. So thank you.
Thank you. Hi. Yes, you have the floor.
Hi, thanks for hearing our comments. I know that some folks might think $2 million is a lot to spend for some pavement markings, but I just want to tell you that when I moved to Costa Mesa, some of the projects that now exist did not exist, and every time I see a new one completed, I have this feeling that, I mean, listening to you talk about it and seeing some of the photos that you're sharing, I feel like it's Christmas. Like I'm in love, like someone is putting a hand on my shoulder and saying, you're gonna be okay. When I see those kinds of things being developed in our city, I feel like the city council cares about not just recreational cyclists or people who are privileged to cycle actively into work like me, but people that I see on the streets, especially on Placentia and on 19th every day, who are not children, who are not youth, who are not recreational cyclists, but ordinary people trying to get to work. And I think you're sending a clear signal to them about how you care about their safety and well-being by doing these things. I also want to concur with what the previous speaker said about sharrows. I think most people who actively cycle think sharrows are a joke. That sharrows are something that someone might see and not hit you if you are in a safe, low-speed zone, if there aren't a lot of parked cars, and in places where you have higher speed and parked cars, sharrows are not necessarily doing cyclists any favors. But thank you so much for all your consideration, and I particularly appreciate Council Member Reynolds for all her support and her suggestion for bike boxes too, because bike boxes are like Christmas plus ice cream plus being in love. It's just such a great feeling when I'm cycling and I see those things, or when I'm traveling in other cities by bicycle, like Santa Monica or Long Beach, and I see these things, I stop and take pictures like I saw something really cool. I can't emphasize enough how important those things are for infrastructure and for safety for all people. So thank you.
Thank you. Great metaphors. Yes.
Good evening again, Mayor Stevenson, City Council member. I am speaking on behalf of this project in support of it again. This one has me even more excited than the last one. I am grateful that the Chief of Police is here as well, because I think that as we embark on this evolution of the use of our streets, and we're going to be looking at a new mode of transportation that we're pushing here, which is bicycling, I think that it's critical that we have an enforcement arm that helps control the vehicular traffic. Irrespective of whether or not we have a bike or an active transportation project before us, we need more enforcement on vehicles on our streets. I find it quite dangerous as a driver and as a bicyclist. So I would encourage the City Council and the Police Department to work on enforcement, maybe through education first and then through citation. But we need to get control of those major thoroughfares so that they are no longer freeways. And I do appreciate the work the staff has done. I think they may have omitted one thing in their presentation, and that is another benefit, which is the economic benefit that this type of project presents. I know right now at one of the coffee shops on Placentia, they have valet parking because they have a conflict between their customer base and their parking restrictions. Can you imagine if just a small percentage of the people felt safe enough to ride their bike to get coffee, how that would then increase their revenue of that one project? I think this also will start to see snowball for other local business-based, like the pizza place, 2145. That would be a great bicycle destination. Again, they have parking restrictions. So anything we can do to help build the current businesses on that corridor, as well as encourage new businesses to take over some of the old dilapidated properties, I think that's just a huge benefit that this type of project presents. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Christian again. On December 18th, we had a cremes. This is known to help families when someone passes away. Days before, prior to that day, Jesus, a family friend of ours, was coming back from work. He was riding his bicycle between 19th Street and Victoria on Placentia, and he got hit by a car. He died instantly. And if we create things like this, I think we can prevent families from losing their father or mother, whoever's riding a bike. And sometimes even kids are a little bit careless. You know, we have to find ways to protect as much as we can. I feel like that amount is I mean, it can bring him back, but it will do justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First speaker is Hank Castanetti, please.
Mr. Castanetti, you have the floor.
Hi, good evening. I wear a couple of hats in the city. One of them is Orange County Model Engineer Liaison to the Fairview Park Steering Committee. And while I'm thrilled with the city's attention to active transportation improvements, I just find it curious that a project that runs through the center of the city's largest nature park seems to have had no vetting by any of the city's park infrastructure. The Parks Commission, the Parks Director, the Fairview Park Steering Committee. And I just find that curious. And now I put on my other hat. I'm also the appointed liaison to the city from the Orange County Model Engineers. And I would like to ask, as the city's largest nonprofit partner, if any of the construction that may go on on Placentia would have any interference with the train's birthday parties or public run weekends. We've had no consultation or at all. So I just want to point that out, that not everybody who is a concerned party here has been vetted. And I want to thank you. And I hope that, you guys would consider the park a little bit more. Thank you.
David Martinez, please.
David Martinez, you have the floor.
Thank you. This looks like a really good project. It looks really good. I love the class 4, the bollards that go down Placentia. The fact that it continues all the way down to the city limits. It's a very big project, and I'm very appreciative of that. It's not perfect. There's the area south of Victoria on Placentia, which doesn't have any bike infrastructure at all, which is a bit concerning. And the Sharrows on 19th, also I echo Mark's points, but the rest of it looks really good. And I'm just hopeful that in a future project, hopefully very soon, we can address whatever this project misses. Because, it's about safety, and it's about getting people to where they need to go. My dad works at Hoag Hospital. So Placentia is going to be the easiest route to get there. And right now, it's not safe. And this project can make it more safe. So I'm very appreciative of all the work that is going to be done. And I just hope that any deficiencies will be improved in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia McDonald, please. And we have your PowerPoint up.
Oh. Hi, Ms.
Okay,
McDonald.
thank you. Thank you. Good evening again. I sent you an email last night. I hope you took the time to read it. I support this project. Back in 2013, during the general plan update, improving the bike connections and making Placentia more walkable was one of the requests that the community said they wanted the city to build. So we saw improvements to the area near Fairview Park in the Mesa Verde community, but the section of Placentia where we have a lot of cyclists, both recreational and commuters, hasn't received the same attention. But I'm glad to see this finally happening. But there are some problem areas that need to be addressed. So the slideshow shows you one of those areas. Next slide, please. You can see how the trash cans obstruct both the cyclists and the flow of water. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. A safety issue is created if the trash cans are there at night, either before or after the pickup, because it's a really nasty surprise to anyone who has to commute after dark. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. You can see how the trash cans also block the sidewalks if they're tipped over, but definitely obstructing the bike lane. Next slide. Next slide, we have a distracted pedestrian there. So if you put a cyclist up on the sidewalk, that's not going to be a good thing. Next slide. Next slide. And perhaps the city can work with the property owners and tenants to resolve this issue. I note the other blocks don't have this issue, presumably because they have a dumpster that gets picked up, but all these trash cans, definitely a problem. The ones that are completely blocking the bike lane there, not helping anything. Next slide. Next slide. Examples of better signage. Portland got rid of their share of the road signs and has used the sign on the left now. This other sign on the right is an improvement to the bicyclists using the full lane. It tells motorists what to do here, change lanes to pass. That's a new law. You can't just run up on a cyclist any longer. But we also need to address the problem of the loss of the bike lanes near Victoria. That's another safety hazard. It's a conflict zone with motorists turning right, and we don't see any markings in the plans. The worst thing that can happen to a cyclist is to be riding along, and all of a sudden your bike lane disappears and you don't know what to do. The motorists don't know what to do. You have to have conflict zone markings. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Jimmy Vivar, please.
Mr. Vivar.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yeah, just wanted to say that I do want to echo a lot of the commenters that have spoken tonight about the projects. I think they're great projects, and the city really is making great strides towards active transportation goals. And I just want to make sure that we always can keep in mind as well pedestrians, as not everybody is able to ride bikes. I walk down 19th pretty much every weekday now, and so it really is a problem that cars are speeding down 19th and Placentia as if it were some kind of a racetrack. So I think a lot of these measures will help to address some of that speeding and narrowing lanes where we can, and making sure that people who are biking and also walking feel safe. So thank you.
Thank you.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public comment, and then I'll entertain a motion on this item. We got a motion by Councilmember Reynolds, seconded by Councilmember Chavez. What is your motion?
Quick procedural question. Should I list the changes that I walked through in the motion again, or can I just reference them? Should I list them?
Councilmember Reynolds, we have that covered.
Okay.
So
Okay. So let's try this. Hopefully it's clear enough, and city manager, correct me if we need to go into more detail. So I move that we approve this project with the additions noted in my earlier comments, and also ask staff to discuss solutions with whether it's Costa Mesa Sanitary or property owners regarding potential solutions to address the waste bins in the bike lane.
Second concurs.
Okay. So, first of all, can we not have the time running? I don't know why the time is running, why that beeped. It's all good. So what were your comments again? I mean, not that I wasn't listening, but I heard a lot of questions and answers and stuff like that. What were?
Do you want me to list the?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll list the changes. That's probably cleaner
Sure,
in terms
I'm
of the
sure it's
motion
fine,
anyway.
but-
So moving that we award the project. Let me just do it all here now. Okay. Oh gosh, there's a lot of ones here. Okay. I move that we approve staff recommendation with the following additions. Add a crosswalk at Placentia and Congress. Add the yield to bike sign on the curb. Do I need to specify it? Just north of Victoria Street on the west side. Okay. Incorporate ladder crosswalks on all four legs at Victoria and Placentia. Maintain the 11-foot lane width on eastbound West 19th Street lane. Incorporate bike boxes in the north and southbound Placentia lanes where feasible in the design. And discuss potential solutions with Costa Mesa Sanitary and property owners along Placentia to explore solutions regarding waste bins in the bike lanes. That's the motion.
Okay. Mr. Setharaman, would these changes change the scope of work or require like change orders or anything like that?
Mr. Mayor, some of these are already part of the project, like the yield to bike sign is already part of it. Modifying the 11-foot lane, it's not a big issue, and none of these are significant enough to add to. We can cover that with our existing within the budget or contingencies.
Okay, good. So, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah, just briefly. I know there's been a lot of sort of celebratory talk already about our active transportation work, and just going to give another acknowledgement to our staff on these projects. These are big, transformative projects, and I appreciate some of the comments that sort of brought us back from just the excitement about having this infrastructure to the value of having this infrastructure. This kind of infrastructure will save lives. Right, that's the most important thing. We know that we've had loss of life in the city, and any projects like this that can make people safer outside of cars and inside of cars is worthwhile. But it's much more than that. Encouraging people to walk more, making it safer and more pleasant to walk more and bike more, improves health in the city. We had comments about the economic benefits of getting people sort of out of their cars, but also slowing down vehicles moving through our city. There's so many benefits. These are not sort of frivolous projects. These are not projects just for leisure. These are really, really valuable projects for our city, and I'm so excited about seeing them come to fruition. So I want to thank staff for all of your work on this. It was, I always have a lot of questions, but if you could see me when I was going through the design, there was a lot of excitement about what we were looking at here. So thank you for your work, and thank you to all of our committee members for your diligence throughout this process too.
Councilmember Chavez, as the second to the motion, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank Member Reynolds for making those adjustments. It's always good to have someone that bikes everywhere, give those comments and feedback. I know they'll keep a lot of people safe. Member Reynolds spoke about the bikeability aspect of it. I want to speak more about just the investment act part of it. I think it's equally important. For such a long time, West Costa Mesa felt undervalued and underappreciated. And these two projects touch two of the biggest corridors in the district. I spoke a lot previously about the opportunity it would give young students and young people in West Costa Mesa with just the ability to bike safely to Fairview Park. But the freedom goes beyond that. The freedom to not only bike to a place to recreate, but the freedom to bike safely to a community college, OCC. Because now with this bike lane, the only thing we need next is a way to cross harbor safely. But our kids already have the Merrimack Way. They're going to have the bike path next to the golf course, and they're going to have this. We're creating an opportunity for someone to be able to bike to work and not have to waste gas money. And that's right now, as someone who lives paycheck to paycheck right now, it's really grateful to have the opportunity to know there's people in my community, in my district, that can bike to work safely now. That's what bikeability is to me. It's not just about creating a nice place for people to recreate. it's about giving everyone in their community, even those that don't have access to a car, those who may struggle with the gas pump, the opportunity and the freedom to traverse the city they love so dearly and experience new things. I was not able to really walk to Fairview Park in a safe way growing up, so I didn't do it. But it brings me joy knowing that there's countless of youth, all in down Placentia, all in down West at Costa Mesa, all in down West 19th Street, that now have a safe access not only to their schools, but to free space that they desperately need. So this is a great motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any,
No.
Councilman, you had your thing on? Okay. All right, you're good? Okay, so just thank you very much to everybody who was involved in this. It was not only a good presentation, but the content of it and what's happening to the city is great. Providing safety. I don't know if you all read, but there's an article in the LA Times today about how in Los Angeles, there's an increase in traffic deaths and in particular pedestrian deaths. And so to think that we're doing what we can for safety is really, really great. And all of the other positive aspects that were mentioned and the equation to Christmas, love, and ice cream was, I think, pretty apt. So I support the motion, obviously. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember Reynolds? Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper? Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harlan?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
New business item number 2, please.
Thank you. Next item. This is award of the traffic signal and hawk signal installation project. Presentation by Mr. Seth Raman, Public Works Director, and Mr. Yang, City Engineer.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, another exciting project. About 3 years ago, I think, almost, City Manager Farrell Harrison, myself, and Council members Reynolds and Chavez, we were at this intersection of, by Acapulco there, by intersection of 19th Street and Wallace, and we were standing there for an hour looking at, crossings, and people were running across the street on 19th, and it was decided that we should do this signal project. Then, through the pandemic, it took some time, but here we are. So we are excited to do this project and also a couple other signal projects. So with that, I'll have Jennifer Rosales, Transportation Manager, make the presentation.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Seth Raman. So I'll be giving a brief presentation on the construction award for the traffic signal and the hawk signals.
Just a minute, it's not pulling up.
It was up. It's on your site.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They'll open it. Yes.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Yang. So this presentation is going to cover the 3 projects which have been bundled as one project for construction award. This project provides pedestrian enhancements at the for a new traffic signal at Wallace and 19th Street. This will have pedestrian crossings on all 4 legs. It includes the installation of new concrete curb bulb outs on the northwest and the northeast corners of this intersection, and ladder high intensity crosswalk markings. At the pedestrian hybrid beacon hawk signal locations, this will be similar to the hawk signal that's on our award-winning Merrimack Way project, and similar to the hawk signal that's on Arlington Avenue. This includes crosswalk markings as well, and the 2 locations is at West 18th Street at Lions Park and Wilson Street at Wilson Park. This shows an existing photo of West 19th Street at Wallace Avenue, how it exists today. As you can see, there's pedestrians out walking, and this was just after the rain, and so there's usually a lot more pedestrians out there. This slide shows the actual traffic signal design. The pavement street markings was on the project that was just approved for West 19th Street. So this just shows the signal layout, and then also includes the bulb out construction. So the project benefits for the new traffic signal for pedestrians at West 19th and Wallace. This new signal will improve pedestrian mobility and access, and then also promote safer pedestrian crossings. As part of this project, we will also be implementing leading pedestrian intervals, which give pedestrians a head start into the intersection before vehicles get a green phase indication. The project includes video detection, which will improve bicycle mobility and access by detecting bicyclists and being able to extend green times for bicyclists and also activate the signal for bicyclists as well. The new concrete bulb outs on the northwest and northeast corner enhances visibility for both pedestrians and vehicles seeing the pedestrians on the corners, and shortens pedestrian crossing distances. And then also the bulb outs encourage slower speeds on both 19th Street and Wallace. This project overall enhances the pedestrian environment and promotes walking to and from local restaurants and shops from nearby residential areas. The hawk signals I'll talk about next. This is a photo showing the existing location for West 18th Street at Lions Park. As you can see, pedestrian refuge island has been constructed as part of the previous West 18th Street project. This will add the full hawk signal similar to the one at Merrimack Way. The next location is on Wilson Street at Wilson Park near Fordham Road. What this picture does not show is there's already been a concrete bulb out constructed on the south side of Wilson, and Wilson is currently under construction. This project will build the hawk signal as well, similar again to Merrimack Way. So the project benefits for the two hawk signals, so the one at Lions Park and at Wilson Park provides protected crossings when activated. So when activated, the vehicles get a solid red and they have to stop. It will also promote walking to and from Lions Park and Wilson's Park. It also improves access to College Park Elementary. So this project, the contractor, the low bid contractor was Belco Electric. The bid amount is about $785,000, and the estimated project completion would be fall of 2023. This bid amount includes the combination for all three projects combined. And with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Any questions, council? Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes, I just thank you for the presentation. I had just one question about the design. I had asked about whether we can add a crosswalk at Fordham, which I think is the last intersection to get to Wilson Park, and it sounds like that would work.
Yes, yes, it will, Councilwoman Reynolds.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's open it up for public comments. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. I really like, I like what's being done on Fordham. I like what's being done on Wallace. I like all of this. I have one suggestion I want to make strongly here, which is the Lions Park crosswalk. And I think I've communicated this to council and staff, but if I haven't, apologies for doing this late in the game. The problem there is that vehicles that's the height of their acceleration. They're coming off of Newport Boulevard and they're just going into the west side, and that's the height of their acceleration right there, right at the center, right where Lions Park is. And vehicles routinely at that point are way above the speed limit. And so my suggestion for that area is, in addition to a hawk signal, doing a raised crosswalk or doing some sort of physical feature that would actually cause them to slow down so that they're actually going the speed limit in that area. And that's my hope for that area. I think a crosswalk is going to make it safer, but it's the problem with the hawk signal is that you're putting that hawk signal, like I said, right at the height of their acceleration when they're going at that fastest moment. So I actually can imagine some vehicles having to do abrupt braking and those sorts of things, when I'd rather the vehicles actually just be in a position to slow down to begin with, because they're not gassing it at that moment, if that makes sense. I know it's a little bit vague, it's a little unclear unless I had like a little PowerPoint, but I think that is my concern and that is my suggestion there. Either a raised crosswalk, I don't like, excuse me, what are they called? Speed bumps just for the sake of speed bumps, but I think like something like that. Maybe even a lane narrowing, even if it's just striping to narrow the lane potentially so that it looks smaller, so that people are encouraged to brake and slow down right there. I think those are all like kind of a menu of options right there. But like I said, just people speed down that area right there. And I think a hawk signal is not the perfect solution, but a great solution.
Thanks. Okay, anybody on Zoom?
Yes, we have one speaker, CKD, please.
CKD, you have the floor. CKD? Are they mute?
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. I know you're unmuted, but maybe your volume? Okay. There should be a button that allows you to speak. Sorry.
That's all right. Okay, CKD, sorry, we couldn't overcome these technical issues. But we have somebody else from the chambers that wants to speak. Yes, sir.
So I also have another suggestion, if this helps. So on 18th Street and Wallace, there's actually this lack of visibility because of the lack of parking. A lot of people just park in the red zone. And so what happens is when we're looking left and right into Wallace going into Shalimar, towards Shalimar, it's very dangerous to actually pass by there. I've noticed that throughout the years. We've managed to not have any incidents, but I feel like maybe that's something you guys can think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any luck with CKD? All right. Sorry, CKD. Okay, we'll close public comment. We'll entertain a motion. Motion by Councilmember Chavez. And what is your motion?
My motion is to approve that recommendation with narrowing striping on the west 18th portion of the project. So
Okay.
I'm not sure if we can do a raised crosswalk without having to amend this. If so, I prefer that, but the bare minimum I want to have was narrowing in that section.
Okay. It sounds reasonable. Is that feasible, Mr. Setharaman or Jennifer?
Members of the city
Gonzalez?
council, when the designer was developing the signing and striping plan, we coordinated with our fire department partners. And in order for emergency vehicles to not potentially be blocked by on-street parking cars that are extending out, we needed to have the 12 feet. And in particular with that pedestrian refuge island at where the hawk signal is located, that was the smallest we could go and still provide efficient emergency access with our fire department partners.
What street is the pedestrian refuge island on? That's on Park? What is it?
Yeah. So Mayor Stevens, it's on West 18th Street and it connects to Lions Park Playground.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if the concern is, public safety not being able to access it, why don't we just paint that part red on the curb? Because I actually do walk by this section a lot, and I do drive on it as well, and the speaker is right. Cars do not really slow down. And just thinking about Placentia, when I walk to like Moon Goat Coffee, like I've almost been hit like 3 times, and that's as flashing lights, and people see it more farther ahead. So if you can do anything with striping or anything with painting that curb red to allow access for the fire trucks, if that's the concern, I think we should look into it.
Mr. Mayor, at this point, what I would recommend is staff will take a look at maybe at the intersection of Park and 18th Street and see if we can do some kind of even a painted bulb out there to make it appear narrower to enter into that area. We look into that option.
Are you satisfied with that, council member?
Do you think that's the most you can get with it?
I think we can look into that. I mean, that will definitely make the lane narrower and make a kind of an entry into that neighborhood. So.
Okay, I'm okay with that for now.
Would the maker of the motion consider adding for the crosswalk at Fordham to your motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Second.
Good. Okay. Do you have anything to say in response in support of your motion?
Yeah, I'll just be brief because obviously we've just talked about the investment in freedom that by with bike lanes, but for me what this allows us to do is it gives our kids a chance to really be safe as they go to parks as well. I know for one thing I've seen countless kids jaywalk Wilson Street to get to that park because a lot of the kids that live near that park live on the south side where it's more apartment and more dense. I know it's probably the same thing where families that are across the street from Lions Park, their kids want to go to the park and they got to go all the way down to another street to cross. So these things to me provide freedom of mobility for our residents. I think they're very good additions to our city. And I think it shows that we're prioritizing pedestrians over cars. And I also want to thank you guys for doing that one on Wallace and 19th Street. I cannot tell you how many times I would jaywalk that as a kid when my bus stop was at Wallace just to get something at Acapulco. So that's smart. Thank you guys.
All right. Do you have anything to say in support of the second? Councilmember Marr?
So not on this, but I missed my chance on the last one. My husband and I go to 2145 about once a week, and so we've been joking about how to get there on bikes. And so Arlington's good, Merrimack's good now. We can go around the golf course. Placentia will be good. You've successfully managed to make my whole way to 2145 bikeable. So my dreams have been met on my butterflies and rainbows. So thank you.
Yeah.
And pizza.
Pizza and beer. These are a few of my favorite things. Okay, so anybody else? Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on a couple comments. I know it's getting late, but I want to celebrate this project as well and share a few memories. So maybe one of my first conversations with Mayor Stevens was I invited him to eat at Hugo's there, and we watched. We purposely sat on the patio outside and watched people cross at Wallace. And so it's really exciting just to see, right, where we are now from, the continued input about the different needs and ideas in this area. We talked about the economic benefits of this. I mean, El Toro Bravo is going to have just amazing increased traffic now crossing here to get the groceries. So that's a fantastic project. I was just tickled to see the bulb outs on the north side of the Wallace intersection as well, because that dates back to that crazy week where we had those pop-up cones, right, in, I think it was August 2020. And one of my favorite pictures from that 1 week demonstration with those cones was a family, a father followed by 2 kids on their bicycles crossing that intersection. And I caught them just as they were crossing. And so this project will make their trips safer. And then I'm not sure if this is part of the project or not, but I noticed that the Wilson Park sign is up. So thank you, Mr. Yang. I'm happy to see that there as well. So again, these are really, really valuable projects in terms of safety, connections. Lots of families on the south side of Wilson talk about needing safe ways to cross Wilson Street to get to the park. With the Northgate project in, again, really important connections for people to walk and bike to businesses in our community. And then just I want to share a little bit from conversations I've had with staff on some of these projects and the incremental approach to these designs. So after each of these projects gets implemented, we do go through and measure
than the speeds, right? And look at how they're working. And I think if the speeds are too high, we'll certainly go back and look at other ways to continue to reduce speeds through these residential areas, especially around parks and schools. So again, very, very excited, so many benefits. And it's really neat to, again, just sort of see the process and understand how government works, right? To get the feedback, to actually go to the sites and then see these projects get awarded, and then we get to celebrate the construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I don't see anybody else who wishes to speak on the matter, so let's call for the question.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper? Yes. Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Harlan? Yes. Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Excellent. Okay, let's move on to new business item number 3, our commission appointments.
All right. Okay. For your consideration are the appointments to the Parks and Community Services Commission, the Arts Commission, and the Planning Commission. For the Parks and Community Services Commission, we'll make 3 member appointments with a term expiration of January 2027. These are appointments by Councilmember Marr, Councilmember Chavez, and Councilmember Reynolds. And there'll be 1 member appointment for a 2-year term expiring January 2025. An appointment is by Mayor Stevens. And then we will have the appointment to the Arts Commission. This is a 1-member appointment with a term expiration of January 2024, and this appointment is by Councilmember Harper. And then we will have appointments to the Planning Commission. Make 3 member appointments with a term expiration of January 2027. Appointments by council members Marr, Chavez, and Reynolds, and the 1-member appointment with a term expiration of January 2025. Appointment by Mayor Stevens. So after public comments, we will begin with the Parks and Community Services Commission appointees, and we'll have to go one by one on the appointments. And I'll lead you on that.
Excellent. Sounds good. So let's open up the floor to public comments.
After reading all the applications for committee and commission appointments online, I have come to one conclusion. Some folks talk the talk, others walk the walk. Please reappoint Adam Areth, Diane Russell, and Jimmy Vivar for Planning Commission. Adam, Diane, and Jimmy have served this city for years. They don't just talk the talk, they literally walk the walk. Diane and Jimmy both have literally walked the walk in town during several walk audits sponsored by the Kimley Horns Project, the local road safety plan. I know, because I walked right alongside. Jimmy is also a member of the Active Transportation Committee. He contributes a very unique perspective as a visually impaired pedestrian. Adam Areth is also a winner. Adam and I have met several times face to face to discuss the city's proposed pedestrian master plan. Adam has shown dedication to studying and understanding this plan. Adam Areth, Diane Russell, and Jimmy Vivar advocate for and support active transportation and safe streets for all Costa Mesa Masons. Please, again, keep all 3 of these people on the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else in the chambers wish to be heard on this item? Okay, so is there anybody on Zoom?
Yes, one person, Skeeth DeWine, please.
Mr. DeWine, you have the floor.
Yes, good evening, Council. How are you tonight?
I just want to address, I'm running for Arts Council position, and I'm an active working and exhibiting artist throughout Southern California currently. At the moment, I have one museum exhibition up at the Muckenthaler, and I have two gallery exhibitions going on. I notice that there aren't any active participating visual artists on the council currently. Additionally, I don't think there's any men on the council or any representatives from the LGBTQ community. I have been an active member in that community, and just recently I brought 7 new artists into the city on a tour from Los Angeles and the Tom of Finland Foundation to introduce them to the city and help them look at potential sites for art studios or restaurants. A little bit about me is I'm the founding member of the Santa Ana Artist Walk and a founding member of the Santa Ana Arts District. I'm also have put my time into redeveloping the Venice Beach Arts District on Abbot Kinney Street and implemented the Children's Art and Education Program at the Peterson Museum. I've also worked with Creative Vision Foundation as a human rights activist utilizing my art. So I think it's really important that someone sets an example to the other artists, or at least takes them by the hand and shows them how to get things done. I've operated one of the longest running art galleries in Southern California's Orange County art scene in Santa Ana. I did it on a shoestring budget. And I think someone like me is valuable to the city because I can teach the other artists how to keep their art galleries going in tough economic times and how to work on a shoestring budget. What else can I talk about real quick? Currently, I'm writing a grant to the National Endowment of the Arts. It's a very tricky process. I only know of one other person on the Arts Council that has a very busy workspace, but that enables the artists of the city of Costa Mesa to interact with one of their own, and I can provide guidance to them. I've looked at some of the other candidates. I've done a couple exhibitions, both on sustainability and technology and the environment. I have several newspaper articles written about that. And I think it's important that artists don't hear the processes of how to utilize science and technology with the arts, but to actually go out and visit artists that are doing this on a regular basis. It inspires them and gets them motivated. So
that your time,
I hope you would
that,
consider me.
Thank you. Your time expired. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, yes, we'll go to the chambers. Go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. My name's Kurt Olson. I'm one of the applicants for Planning Commission and the Parks and Rec. Mostly on a whim to see how this whole thing was working. And I'm very excited actually by the other candidates on this list to see the quality of people applying for this. And given the application window was quite narrow and a short period over the holidays, excited to see we've got some quality people in. I'm here as a citizen of and resident of Costa Mesa and excited to see where your hearts are at in this and the programs that are rolling out and the all of these different projects for bikeability are amazing. I look forward to seeing this sort of endeavor and work put into my neighborhoods around Paularino and Baker. That's a pretty exciting and challenging place to bike and I have a big crew of people biking around with many people in that part of the city as well. Look forward to seeing work there. But again, I'm very excited to see where the council goes with this commission, and I really thank you for your time.
Right. Thank you for applying.
Mr. Mayor, there was one more person
Okay.
on Zoom. Rhonda, please.
Rhonda, you have the floor.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Rhonda Vallis, and I'm one of the applicants for both the Arts and the Planning Commission. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm a lifetime resident of Costa Mesa. I was born and raised here, and I am now a homeowner on the west side. And I put in my application because I'd like to be involved in the city. And as a citizen and a resident and homeowner, I've been observing, the planning and noticing the art and the how the city has been evolving. And I'd like to have a voice and participate in the future and the growth and the expansion. I like where everything is going. I also represent the LGBTQ community, but I'm also conservative perspective. I am an artist myself, a musician, and performing and recording artist for many years, television and radio and so forth. So but I'm also a business owner. So I have experience on both sides for planning and arts. And I just wanted to put my application in because I'd like to be involved and I'd like to be part of the future, the growth of Costa Mesa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so anybody else on Zoom?
No further speakers.
All right, so guide us through the process, Madam Clerk.
All right, thank you. So the first one will be the mayor's appointment to the Parks Commission.
Okay.
So if you move, and then each motion requires a second, and then we'll vote.
Sure. So I move to appoint Cheyenne Wright. Oh, so I've got to actually do a motion?
You don't have to do it online.
I don't
This
have-
will all be verbal.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Cheyenne, right, okay. We need a second for that, please. Second by Chavez. Do you want to do comments or no comments?
Oh,
Any further comments?
well, no, I mean, I can say a few positive words about Cheyenne. Cheyenne is really involved in the community. I got to know her when she ran for the Mesa Water Board, and she did very well. She's very creative, very smart, tremendous amount of energy, and I was very impressed by my interactions with her. I know she'll do a great job on the PACS Commission.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
Call for the vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper? Yes. Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Harlan?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. The next appointment is by Councilmember Marr. This is to the Parks Commission.
Yeah, I'll appoint Terry Wall.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second by the mayor. Any comments?
Looking forward to the service.
Then we will, let's see. Okay, it's to Councilmember Reynolds. Oh, wait, no, this is the vote.
Oh, yes.
Okay, Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper? Yes. Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harlan?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. The next appointment by Councilmember Chavez.
I'd like to appoint Christian Garcia Arcos.
Okay, in a second. Second by Harlan, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan. All right, any comment?
Yes, as you can tell, he's a very bright young man, wise beyond his years. I look forward to working with him on the needs of Shalimar and all the parks in the community. And fun fact, and more importantly, he's also an arborist.
Really?
Thank you. All right, so I'm calling for the vote. Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper? Yes. Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Harlan?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. An appointment by Councilmember Reynolds, please.
Second.
Oh, okay. And second by Marr, okay. All right, any comment? Okay. Thank you. All right, call for the vote. Councilmember Chavez? Yes. Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper? Yes. Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Harlan? Yes. Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Okay, the next appointment is to the Arts Commission, and this appointment is by Councilmember Harper.
I'd like to appoint Fisher Derderian.
And second by Councilmember Reynolds. Councilmember Harper, any comments?
I just want to thank the applicants, and this was a quite difficult decision for me because there's a lot of great applicants, and thank you very much. I wish it were a larger group that could participate, and Fisher has a lot of background that I think is going to be unique and maybe even helpful in fundraising and getting some things done, so that's why I nominated him.
Thank you. Call for the question. Councilmember Reynolds? Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper? Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Harlan? Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. The next appointments are to the Planning Commission, and the first appointment will be by the mayor, Mayor Stevens.
I'd like to reappoint Dr. Adam Erith.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Right, second by Councilmember Marr. Any comments, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Erith has done a great job and been very conscientious in everything he's done. And I agree with I'm even impressed by the comments that Ms. Martin made. I wasn't even aware that he was digging into the pedestrian master plan, but that doesn't surprise me. He's a great public servant he's like one of the people like we talked about that Byron has been mentoring, and he's the next generation of Byron D'Ericles. So I'm very, very honored to reappoint him.
Thank you. We'll call for the question. Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper? Yes. Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Harlan? Yes. Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. The next appointment will be by Councilmember Marr, and this is to the Planning Commission.
I appoint Tim Tabor.
Second by Councilmember Chavez? Or Mayor Pro Tem Harlan? Okay.
So just quickly, I'm appointing Tim because, he's got 2 businesses in the city. He has owned a commercial building in the city and has really dealt with many of the challenges that most applicants deal with in terms of getting his businesses permitted, navigating through the city's process, doing it all during COVID, trying to open and operate a restaurant during COVID. And so many of the things that we are talking about on the Planning Commission, I think, are very relevant. And I appreciate the view of a small business owner who's gone through and seen all those things firsthand, and looking forward to his service and an opportunity to bring that specific perspective of a small business owner in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll call for the question. Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper? Yes. Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds? Mayor Pro Tem Harlan?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Next appointment by Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you. I want to appoint Angeli Andrade Boyarte.
I second.
Okay. Second by Councilmember Gameros. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. Angeli is a Latino mom from Costa Mesa. She has kids attending our local schools. She's director of community engagement, United Way, and will continue the legacy of advocating and championing District 4.
Thank you. We'll call for the question. Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper? Yes. Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Harlan?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. And the last appointment is Councilmember Reynolds to the Planning Commission, please. Thank you. Do you have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Marr. Would you like to make any comments?
It's I suspected we might have a choice between several of our seasoned planning commissioners, and I do want to thank Diane Russell, who's been the District 5 Planning Commissioner for 4 years, for her service and continued engagement throughout many initiatives in the city. When I think about what's on our agenda for the next few years, which most of which we've talked about in a lot of depth tonight, I think it's critical to keep Mr. Vivar's personal and professional experience on this planning commission, his personal lived experience, as Ms. Martin mentioned, as someone living with a disability, someone living with blindness, brings just a critical perspective in how we shape our city to serve everyone in our city. He moves around the city on foot. He travels to Los Angeles by bus. He has a perspective that many of us don't have because we've been very privileged in our lives. He brings really valuable professional experience as a transportation engineer working for the LA Department of Transportation. That insight into how we plan for land use in our city is so valuable. And he brings really valuable experience with his family being small business owners in this city. His parents, his aunts own businesses, and I've seen him sort of weigh those considerations. So he has just an incredible mix of experience and expertise that I think are going to be really valuable going forward to serve our community. He's also been, in his time on the Planning Commission, very, very proactive in community engagement, and I think we've seen that in the number of emails we've received in support of him. So, Diane Russell, thank you so much for your service. I'll take you out for some drinks, and there'll be lots of times to get involved on housing issues going forward, and I'm proud to support Jimmy in his service on our Planning Commission.
And Mr. Mayor, I just want to echo all the things that Councilmember Reynolds just said. I think this is a really tough one. I really love and respect both of these people. And it was a little bit difficult to decide how you were going to cover the West Side, and I was advocating for both of those folks. But I'm very confident that Ms. Russell will continue being involved as a longtime housing advocate and one of the people who has shaped my perspective of affordable housing and ways to think about types of housing and how to get many of those projects across the line based on her experience. So I look forward to continuing to get that experience as a valuable member of the community.
All right, wonderful. Do any other council members wish to address this? No? Okay.
Thank you. I'll call for the question. Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper? Yes. Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Harlan? Yes. Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
And Mayor, that ends the appointments.
All right. Thank you, everybody. So now we have one more item, our new business, item number 4.
Thank you. Oh, and that last motion carries 7-0. Okay. So
Way to go, council. You know, we're talking about a little history. That appointing commissions used to be a knockdown, drag-out war on council. And so the way we do it now is so smooth. I don't know who came up with it. I know it wasn't me, but it goes well. Who is it? Was it you, Brenda?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, of course you did. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
All right. Item number 4 is the award of the professional services agreement for Fairview Park Master Plan Update presentation by Mr. Dalton, Fairview Park Administrator.
Mr. Dalton, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jason Minter, Parks and Community Services Director. I do have the support of Kelly Dalton, but we're going to kind of tag team this a little bit, but I'll kick off with the presentation. As mentioned by the City Clerk, this is a request to award a professional services agreement to MIG in the amount of $314,565 for professional services related to the Fairview Park Master Plan update. A little bit of background. The Fairview Park Master Plan was originally adopted in 1998. Subsequently, there were minor revisions adopted in both 2001 and 2002. In 2008, there was an updated biological survey. Voters approved Measure A in 2016, and then more recently in fiscal year 1920, during the budget adoption process, the City Council had approved initial $250,000 for the completion of the master plan update. The request for proposal process, or RFP process, included the development of the scope of services, of which the Fairview Park Steering Committee played a role, including getting input from a variety of stakeholder groups. The RFP was issued back in August 11th of 2022, with proposals due on September 8th. There were 3 proposals received, one from MIG, one from Olin Partnership, and one from Endemic Environmental. The master plan design elements include the diversity of rare and endangered species, as well as protected habitats. There's archaeological sites and significant cultural resources. There are both prior and ongoing restoration projects and mitigation sites that need to be considered. There's a variety of habitats, including the bluffs, the canyon, the grasslands, the coastal sage scrub, and then the riparian, vernal pool, and wetlands. There are passive recreation opportunities, including the trail systems. And there's extremely high biodiversity and ecological value, acre for acre. I should also note that Fairview Park is an important component of an ecologically significant corridor along the lower Santa Ana River Historic Delta. The scope of work includes these key tasks: the historical summary and review of existing documentation, community outreach and engagement, resource assessment and analysis of existing conditions in the park, previous master plan update findings and recommendations, and then environmental documentation. Specific to this master plan, there was a subtask that was recommended by MIG in their proposal, which helped set them apart from the rest, which was the creation of a tribal advisory committee. This committee would be comprised of tribal representatives connected to the site. It would recognize tribal sovereignty and sensitivity of the cultural resources and provide dedicated meetings to obtain tribal input. It would promote further partnerships and collaborations with the tribal stakeholders, including some subsidy for the time that they spend working on this project. Overall, the master plan objectives are to engage the stakeholders in developing a blueprint for restoration, preservation, education, and compatible recreation uses. It's to recognize adopted completed concepts and projects, to recognize ongoing operations and management activities, to utilize geospatial tools to inventory existing resources and assets, to incorporate current policies and laws to account for required resource protection measures, and I think most importantly, to preserve the park as a unique environmental resource for current and future generations. During the master plan update process, it should be noted that many other capital and restoration projects will be ongoing. So even though this will take about an 18-month period, restoration activities and other mitigation activities will continue at Fairview Park. The project will take advantage of significant advancements in geospatial technology and allow the city to manage the park adaptively and proactively over time. The final updated plan will be used to strengthen partnerships with key stakeholders that share common goals with the city, support grant applications for future projects, and restoration. As mentioned earlier, it's to award recommendation is to award a PSA to MIG in the amount of $314,565. The original recommendation in your printed council report shows a 10% contingency, which is what we're asking for, but later in the report, there was a typo error that listed 5%. So it is a request for a 10% contingency, authorize the additional $64,565, and authorize the city manager and city clerk to execute the public service or the professional services agreement. We do have Jennifer Zell from MIG that's here in the audience, in case you have questions for staff or for Jennifer. And that concludes our presentation.
Where's the tag team?
It's coming. It's coming when you ask questions.
Oh, okay. All right, somebody ask questions. I want to hear from Kelly Dalton. No questions?
I have questions, Mayor.
Yes, good.
And I want to thank Mr. Minter and Mr. Dalton for meeting with me. We did talk through this, and they've answered most of my questions, but I wanted to give Mr. Dalton the chance to speak. I will share that I was really excited to open the staff report and see that MIG had applied and had been selected. I've heard very good things. So excited for them to be a part of the project. They did provide, at my request, just sort of a sample, sample land management plan, and I really appreciate how sort of specific it is in how we maintain specific habitats. So I'm looking forward to that. I know that's something our committee and many in our community have been focused on for a long time. We talked about one item that I just want to confirm here, and that was the community engagement task. So that's a distinct task, and I really appreciate the suggested add with the Tribal Advisory Committee, including a stipend for participants in that committee. One of the questions I had is when we look at the calendar in the proposal, it looks like there's a big gap in activity, in community engagement activity. I forget, it was over 12 months, I think. And I wanted to make sure, because I think it's just so important to keep the broader community aware of what we're doing, aware of what we're learning, continuing to learn about the incredible biological resources, cultural resources, and so on, proactively answering the questions of like, who are all those people doing studies on the site? So can you just describe what that big gap on the calendar, as I understand, doesn't mean there's no community outreach during that time. So can you describe how we're filling that gap to keep the community engaged?
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Reynolds. So part of the project that MIG will be working on during that time, that part of the explanation as to that gap is that will be the bulk of the field surveys they'll be doing. As you know, there's a wide range of components involved in the Fairview Park site specifically. So they'll be doing updated cultural resource surveys, environmental surveys, biological surveys, rare and sensitive plants, paleontological, historical resources, civil, geotechnical. And then throughout that time, that will be a time where we're working closely with MIG on a regular basis, partly for the purpose of fulfilling the project, but also we want to continue to get their input while we have their time while working on this project to update things like our city website, to be creative about maybe implementing QR codes, adding things to our kiosks, using the existing signage that's out there and renovating it, sprucing it up, and implementing specific messaging and methods that might broaden and enhance and deepen that engagement with the community, and especially the visitors that are regularly using Fairview Park.
Great, and you're comfortable that the sort of contracted work here plus the resources you have is adequate for that engagement throughout this process?
We do expect that to be adequate, yes. I think we did have a good conversation with MIG this morning about that specific item and that concern. And, one of the comments that I really resonated with me was that this project, but the updated plan itself will sort of serve as setting the groundwork for future and expanded community engagement. One, we're going to be notifying people at the park that this work is taking place, and then visually seeing surveys, seeing more activities taking place, seeing signage and updated physical interpretive content that's going to hopefully lend itself to more more compliance with the existing signage, more compliance with the existing policies and rules surrounding the park, and shift that behavior over time, in addition to programming, which is a part of the scope.
Great, thank you.
We will also be updating the Fairview Park Steering Committee and making sure that community engagement through the committee, and then the Parks and Community Services Commission as well. So both of those bodies will also be used for community outreach.
In addition to that, I just wanted to add, also we're going to make sure we're working closely with the Public Information Office and trying to expand videos and in addition to just our website that may not get as much traction, but using our social media channels to try to broaden that reach.
Mr. Ray.
Yes. Sorry. Councilmember Marr.
Is there any crossover with the existing public works scope regarding the pumping in and out of the ponds. I mean, it seems like we've spent a lot of time and effort on Raja's side of the house, understanding how that works and what the possible things actions moving forward might be. I don't want to duplicate that scope, but at the same time, the ponds are sort of an important part of Fairview. How do we think about disaggregating that?
You're talking about the wetlands, right? The wetlands ponds?
Yeah.
Okay, the details of that are not included in the master plan. Obviously, some of that information will be carried over into some of the discovery, but they're separate projects that will be coming forward specifically to address the circulation of the water in the wetlands.
Okay. But so are you just removing the wetlands completely from consideration in the master plan?
No.
Okay.
But some of the previous findings will be included in their overall discovery, but the master plan will not create concrete plans for the completion of that system.
Okay.
That would be a separate project that we'll be bringing forward.
I mean, obviously the activity would be a separate project, but it's still like a part of what happens to the park in the future. So
one of the components is an overall maintenance plan or a long-term maintenance plan. So things like that, yes, will include some of the management of the wetlands, more of the habitat than the actual pond circulation system.
okay. And then how are we thinking about the fly fields in the context of the master plan?
The previous reports will all be included in the discussion, as well as the community input portions that would all be considered as part of the discovery for the update.
Are we asking MIG to make any specific recommendations as it relates to fly fields?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, let's open up for public comment. Nobody in the chambers? Anybody on Zoom? Close public comment. Do we have a motion? Motion by Councilmember Reynolds. What is your motion?
Move staff recommendation, including the 10% contingency.
Excellent. And seconded by Councilmember Chavez. Do you have anything you want to say, Councilmember Reynolds, in support of your motion?
I'm very excited to have this contract awarded. It's been, many people have been working on this for a long time. It's going to bring a lot of sort of different pieces of work together. I'm excited about the team that will be leading this work. And really just moving forward in general, I feel like I learn something about Fairview Park every time we talk about it. It's an incredible space that I don't know that most in our community are even aware of. Two of only 4 registered sacred sites in Orange County are at Fairview Park. This is an incredible cultural resource, and for that I really appreciate the ad of the Tribal Advisory Committee, and I'm very interested in continuing to develop those relationships with the tribes for whom Fairview Park is their ancestral homeland. I think tonight's sort of a milestone night for Fairview Park because I think we've been sort of chasing fixes for a long time, and I hope this is our shift to really be proactive in the long-term maintenance of this incredible space. So thank you to the committee members who gave input on the RFP and everyone who served on the evaluation committee, and to staff for getting us here.
Councilmember Chavez, do you wish to say anything as the second? No? Okay. Do any other council members wish to be heard? No? Okay, good. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember Marr.
Yes.
Councilmember Harper. Yes. Councilmember Gameros.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Harlan. Yes. Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, thanks. Does anybody have anything to say before we adjourn?
I do. I would like to formally wish you a happy birthday.
Ah, so sweet. You gonna sing?
No one wants to hear me sing. No one wants that.
All right, thanks. Yeah, it was my 60th birthday on Saturday. Thank you for everybody who wished me a happy birthday, and I look forward to my seventh decade.